Chapter 559. Inside the wizard tower, Su-Len, Hathaway, Alex, and Karina were repairing the wizard tower. With Hathaway's help, the speed of the repair sped up a lot. Since there were no materials here, Su-Len even went back to the northern town city to retrieve some of the materials stored there. On the way back, Su-Len met the two monks again. They had not left and kept saying that they wanted to suppress the monsters in the ruins. How could Su-Len let them go to the ruins? He directly rejected them. After sending the materials to the ruins, Su-Len temporarily left. With Hathaway there, he did not need to worry about the ruins. He still needed to take charge of the construction of Deepwater City. During this time, the second batch of construction workers had already gone to Deepwater City. Other than that, the caravan of the northern town city had also gone to the southern countries to recruit craftsmen and sailors to try to build ships. There was also one more thing that he needed to do. He needed to use the hero recruitment token in his hand. After returning to the palace, Su-Len took out the token and chose to use it. A light flashed. The hero recruitment token instantly lost its luster. Then, it turned into dust and fell from his hand. A breeze blew past, and it disappeared without a trace. Ding! The host has used the hero recruitment token. The effect of the hero recruitment token has been activated. In the next 3 days, 1 to 3 heroes will come to join you. Please accept them. The system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his ears. After hearing the system's reminder, Su-Len called for the guards and told them to inform him if anyone came to join him. If he was not there, they had to treat those people well. When he came back, he would then go to the secret border. Su-Len also obtained a nature crystal from killing the abomination of God. He planned to continue using it on the nature oak. After arriving at the secret border, Su-Len went to the nature oak's small world with ease. After sensing Sullen's arrival, the nature oak gently shook its branches as if it was greeting Su-Len. After not seeing each other for a while, the nature oak had grown taller, and its nature aura had become stronger. As soon as he arrived, Su-Len saw a wooden house next to the nature oak. Just as Su-Len was confused, Xanthi walked out of the wooden house. After seeing Su-Len, she ran over excitedly. "Su-Len, you came to see me." Xanthi ran all the way to Su-Len. Su-Len reached out and hugged her and spun her around. Xanthi's light body was soft and had a natural floral fragrance. After a while, Su-Len put her down. "Did you build this wooden house?" "Grandpa Tree built it for me," Xanthi said excitedly. "Grandpa Tree?" Su-Len was a bit confused. "Yes, that's him." Xanthi pointed at the nature oak. "You can communicate with the tower?" Su-Len looked at Xanthi in surprise. Xanthi said shyly, "Not really, I can only feel some vague thoughts." "When did you feel it?" Su-Len asked. "For a while." Xanthi shook her little head. "You've awakened your fairy bloodline?" Su-Len suddenly saw a pointed ear in Xanthi's light blonde hair. "When did you awaken?" "I don't know. I just lived here for a while. That day, I suddenly felt Grandpa Tree. From that day on, I felt some changes in my body," Xanthi said as she hugged Su-Len. "After a while, my ears grew longer, and I felt that I was much stronger. Oh, I could also use spells." Saying this, Sandy waved her hand towards a plant beside her. Bloom. A green light flashed, and then something surprising happened. The plant immediately began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a flower bud appeared. Then, the flower bud grew rapidly and split open. Soon, a flower bloomed in front of them. "Nature spells." Sullen's eyes lit up. "Is this your awakened ability?" "Yes, I can also use some illusion spells," Xanthi said proudly. She looked as if she wanted to be praised. "Great." Su-Len smiled and rubbed her head. "Oh, you can take care of plants, right?" "Yes, my ability can make plants grow better, reduce pests and diseases, and accelerate their growth." Xanthi nodded. "Then from today onwards, you will be the chief planter of the botanical garden. Take some time to check out the magic herbs growing in this secret realm and give the winged ones some guidance," Su-Len said happily. "Me?" Xanthi was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. "I can't. I have never planted any magic herbs before. Moreover, those magic herbs are so precious." If they die in my hands, it's okay. There are many magic herbs. I will take some out for you to experiment. Besides, you have to believe in your talent and trust my judgment. Su Lin said with a smile. I will try. Xanthi nodded her little head. But if I make a mistake or break those magic herbs, you can't be angry. Don't worry, I won't be angry, Su Lin said. Then, Su Lin took out the nature crystal and used it on the nature oak tree in front of him. The light green divine power instantly merged with the nature oak tree. Then, the nature oak tree in front of them began to grow rapidly. The tree trunk became thicker and the whole nature oak tree continued to grow. In less than a minute, the nature oak tree in front of them had grown to a height of more than 60 meters. The branches and leaves were lush and the whole tree looked like a big green umbrella. The aura of nature in the surroundings became thicker and thicker. The surrounding plants grew rapidly in this aura. An aura of life surrounded this place. Did it level up? Su Lin was surprised when he saw the changes in the nature oak tree in front of him. Su Lin, Grandpa Big Tree asked me to tell you that he is grateful for your help. He has leveled up, Xanthi said happily. Su Lin used identify on the nature oak tree in front of him. Then, a message appeared in his mind. Wisdom Ancient Tree. A magical plant evolved from the nature oak tree. It is a unique plant in nature. It can give others nature spells. Living here can improve one's physique, increase one's lifespan, and purify one's bloodline. Skills: enlighten, all nature, purify, nature spells, etc. Has a low chance of producing the fountain of youth. Seeing this wisdom ancient tree, Su Lin was very happy. With this tree, as long as he had time, he could create a group of druids. Seeing its abilities, Su Lin planned to arrange for his 2 little maids to live here for a while. He believed that their elven bloodline would become thicker and their strength would increase. Chapter 560. Su Lin was a little surprised by the wisdom tree's appearance, but it was also reasonable. After all, it had cost him 2 nature god crystals to complete its evolution. Looking at Xanthi's attributes, Xanthi had directly become a rank 1 creature after awakening her fairy bloodline. There were many types of fairies, but their strength was generally not high. For example, there was a fairy called a fairy that was about 20 centimeters in size. Their strength was generally at rank 1, and they were illusionary. Their attack power was very weak, and only the fairy queen was at rank 3. These fairies were not very strong, but because of their beautiful appearance and the fact that they could bring luck to people, they brought disaster to themselves. Back then, a large number of wizards had tried to capture these fairies. As a result, the remaining little fairies had to hide in places where no one would go. Although these fairies were not very strong, they were very good at hiding. In the forest, even if someone was 2 ranks higher than them, they would not be able to find them. Xanthi had awakened a kind of natural fairy bloodline. The strength of this fairy bloodline was at the 2nd rank. Only a few fairy queens could reach the 4th rank. The potential of this fairy bloodline was limited, but it could turn Xanthi from a weak woman without the strength to a 1st-rank warlock. This was already very good. The fairy bloodline's potential was limited, but Su Lin had divinity. If there was no other way, he could let Xanthi absorb some divinity. Divinity was the most mystical power in the multiverse. It had the effect of turning something rotten into something magical. Breaking through the limits of a species was only one of its effects. The fairy bloodline was about the middle of the bloodline among the warlocks. It could not be compared to the dragon bloodline. However, this bloodline also had its benefits. For example, it had a very long lifespan. Fairies' lifespan was not less than elves, and fairies would not age. They were also very beautiful. So many female warlocks chose the fairy bloodline and became wizards. Su Lin left Xanthi a 9 transformation golden pill and a set of books for her to learn from a wizard apprentice to an official wizard. He let her live and learn at the wisdom tree. This time, Su Lin gave all the 9 turns golden pills he got to his women. A bottle of 5 pills was not enough. In the end, Hathaway and Chris were legends, so he didn't give them to them. Everyone else got 1 pill each. Su Lin gave the time orb to Hathaway to use, and Su Lin gave her a little divinity, but this required her to completely integrate the power of the Baler. Su Lin planned to keep the advanced soul crystal to build the advanced legendary golem. As for the god's blood and god's bones, Su Lin and Hathaway had discussed and decided to upgrade the storm halberd. God's blood and god's bones could be used to create divine weapons, but even the lowest grade divine weapons were not easy to create. There were very few divine weapons in the multiverse. Other than the fact that some of the materials were precious, there was also the fact that they required the most important thing, divinity. Only by imbuing the item with divine power could it be called a divine artifact. Otherwise, it could only be considered a magical item. One had to know that divinity was directly related to the power of the gods. Very few gods would do this. Of course, there were also some powerful magical items that were called divine weapons. These magical items were far more powerful than other magical items, such as the Lich Ring. It was said that this item was a magical item made by a lich who had lived for an unknown period of time. Although it was not a divine weapon, the power it contained was no less than a divine weapon. For spellcasters, it was even more powerful than a divine weapon. Another point was that although divine weapons were very powerful, they also had restrictions. Generally speaking, divine weapons that belonged to a god had to be used by the god's faction. In order to upgrade the storm halberd to a divine weapon, Su Lin had to imbue it with divinity. As for directly using the divinity of the abomination, the chaotic and evil divinity in it would make the weapon something that could only be used by the chaotic and evil faction. Therefore, the best way was to extract the divinity from the abomination. As for upgrading the divine weapon, Hathaway had only made a preliminary plan. It would take some time before it could be carried out. Su Lin now needed to absorb the divinity left behind by the abomination. He now had 10 points of divinity in his body, and the power of divinity brought about a qualitative sublimation. First, it was in the physical aspect. His body had become stronger and had some characteristics of a divine creature. The second was the sublimation of his soul. His soul had become stronger and had a trace of immortal power. Su Lin and Hathaway could only say that their research on divinity was average. According to the existing knowledge, the demigod Lich was the one who had the most in-depth research on divinity. Perhaps the ancient arcanists had a deeper understanding of divinity. After all, those arcanists had fought against the gods in the end. It was impossible for them not to study the power of the gods. Su Lin planned to learn more about the power of divinity before making a divine weapon. When Su Lin returned to Northern Town, a guard hurriedly came to report that 2 middle-aged men had come to join him. After hearing the guard's report, Su Lin knew that these 2 men should be the heroes he had recruited with the hero recruitment token. Su Lin was in a good mood as he had recruited 2 heroes with the token. Although he did not directly reach the maximum value, he was not so unlucky as to only recruit 1 hero. Su Lin waited in the study for a while, and the servant came in with 2 middle-aged men. One of the 2 middle-aged men had a weather-beaten face. His hands and feet were thick, and his clothes were a little shabby. His brown hair was a little messy, and he had a thick beard. There was a thick layer of calluses between his thumb and index finger. There was also a scar on his face, which made him look unusually ferocious. The other man was the exact opposite. This man was clean and tidy, and his temperament was polite. Although his clothes were not luxurious, they were neatly tailored. His blonde hair was also carefully trimmed. He looked like a noble. "Hello, Your Majesty. I am Barbassa. I am willing to fight for you." "Hello, Your Majesty. I, Holland, am willing to serve you." The 2 men saluted after seeing Su Lin. Su Lin asked them to sit down, and at the same time he asked the servant to bring some wine and drinks. At the same time he checked their attributes. Unexpectedly, these 2 heroes were actually Tier 4 powerhouses. It should be known that powerhouses of this level would receive preferential treatment in any organization or country on the continent. The conditions Su Lin gave were much worse than the conditions of other kings. One had to admit that the system recruitment token was powerful. After a simple conversation, Su Lin learned some information about the 2 men. The man named Barbassa was actually a pirate captain. Because he went ashore to rest and resupply, he was betrayed and finally came to the northern wastelands. The other man, Holland, was a fallen noble. Because the old king died of illness, and the new king took the wrong side during the ascension, he was openly and secretly suppressed. He could only leave and unknowingly came to Northern Town. Chapter 561. When he was in power, he did not show any mercy to his political enemies. Now that he had lost his power, his political enemies would naturally retaliate. And it would be 10 times or even 100 times the revenge. The Holland family was already in dire straits, and it was because of him that they were able to rise again. Now that he had lost his power, the family had fallen apart. If not for his strength, he would have escaped with his wife and children after seeing that the situation was not good. Grass would have grown on his grave. The arrival of these two heroes could be used to fill in the gaps in Deepwater City. The development of Deepwater City needed someone to preside over it. Holland was originally an assistant minister of the Kerbal Kingdom and was proficient in internal affairs. He was more than qualified to manage Deepwater City. Barbassa, on the other hand, could be the captain of the Deepwater port. As a pirate captain, he was proficient in navigation and knew the pirates' port and how to fight. Other than him, there was no other general in Northtown City who knew how to fight at sea. Moreover, although the sea merchants of this era were called merchants, they were actually part-time pirates who often robbed the ships of other countries at sea. Sulen was preparing to engage in maritime trade. A pirate captain would definitely save him a lot of trouble. After understanding the abilities of the two, Sulen announced that Barbassa would be the captain of the Deepwater Port's fleet, in charge of fleet trade and combating pirates, and Holland would be the governor of Deepwater City. After accepting their allegiance, Sulen also saw the degree of their loyalty. Barbassa's loyalty was only 75, while Holland's was 80. Although they were not as good as the other generals under Sulen's command, their loyalty would increase after some time. With 3 legendary powerhouses around, they naturally knew what to choose. Of course, they still had to give the necessary benefits. Kinnar could not be left out. After all, they were all sponsored partnerships. With Holland and Barbassa, the development of Deepwater City began to accelerate. Sulen directly handed the construction of Deepwater City to Holland and the work of the shipyard to Barbassa. Although Barbassa was a pirate captain, he also had some understanding of shipbuilding. After all, as pirates, they often had to repair their ships themselves. Especially after seizing a ship, they had to modify it. They did not have a shipyard to work for them, so they had to do it themselves. Barbossa was very familiar with the route of the Southern Sea. After all, he was a pirate in the Southern Sea before. He was also familiar with the route to the Eastern continent. After all, they also needed an identity to hide, and they often went to the Eastern Sea route. Sulen was preparing to open up the sea route to the Eastern continent, so he could give it to him. In addition to building a fleet, the most important thing was to have qualified sailors. The Kingdom of Florence was located inland, and it was very difficult to recruit sailors. They could only recruit some people who could swim for training. After all, the inland river and the sea were 2 completely different environments. Now, while building the ship, he had Barbossa train these people. If there was a Navy Army SEAL, Sulen could directly recruit people to train the Navy. Unfortunately, he had opened so many treasure chests, but he had not obtained a Navy Army SEAL. In order to strengthen the connection between Deepwater City and North Town, Sulen and Hathaway purposely set up a teleportation circle in Deepwater City. They then connected it to the teleportation circle in North Town so that the 2 places could be teleported directly. The planning of Deepwater City was very different from that of North Town. As a commercial port, it must be convenient for transportation. After a period of construction, some houses had been built in Deepwater City. Some of these houses were for workers to live in, and some were for warehouses to store materials. Because the city was close to the sea, the climate was humid, and it often rained here, so the city's drainage facilities must be strict. At the same time, the city's terrain must be the highest in the surrounding area. Sulen did not want the whole city to be flooded when the tide rose. In addition to these, because the city was designated as a commercial city, the houses inside were different from other cities. All the houses in Deepwater City had 2 or more floors. Usually, the first floor would be a shop, and the second floor would be a residence. The drainage around the residence also had to be planned, and the roads were all according to the standards of North Town. There were 5 roads in the city, one of which was directly connected to the port. The width of the road had also increased from 4 meters to 10 meters. Once the commercial road was successfully opened, Deepwater City would definitely become a trade hub. If they still planned according to the 4-meter road, it would be very congested. In order to prevent congestion, Sulen planned to use 2 roads, one out and one in. They would go out from the east gate of the city and enter from the north gate. This way, they could reduce congestion as much as possible. Deepwater City's harbor also needed to be built larger. Because Deepwater City was located on the southeast coast of the northern wilderness, the climate here was still somewhat cold. Although it wouldn't freeze in winter, there were often strong winds and waves, which led to the need to build a ring of breakwaters outside the harbor. In addition to the waterproof, Deepwater City also needed to build a lighthouse. As a port city, a lighthouse was indispensable. In this era, navigation technology was limited, so a lighthouse was very important as a building to guide the direction of ships at night. Now, there were almost 10,000 slaves working in Deepwater City. A large part of them were captured by Boulder's army. According to Sullen's plan, at least 50,000 people were needed to build Deepwater City in 1 to 2 years. With so many people, North Town could not transfer them, so they could only grab people from the wilderness near the sea. Originally, the surrounding wilderness also needed to be cleaned up. Sulen did not want to let these monsters affect the safety of the city. Carts of bricks were unloaded from the ships, which were transported from North Town. After several cleaning of the Red Sand River, there were no longer any water monsters blocking the way. Ships transported all kinds of materials. Deepwater City did not have a brick factory, so they could only transport from North Town. Fortunately, water transportation was very convenient. After carefully inspecting the construction of the city, Holland immediately went into work and began to methodically instruct the slaves to build. In order to make these slaves work hard, Sulen also prepared a lot of food. Although it was only potatoes and fish, it was very good for the slaves. Among these slaves, there were many kobold and gnoll supervisors. North Town already had a mature plan to enslave these monsters. After Barbassa arrived, he directly took a group of newly recruited sailors to the shipyard. During this period of intense construction, a small sailboat had been built. Barbassa planned to use it to train the sailors first. However, for safety reasons, Sulen also gave them some underwater breathing potions. Chapter 562. The construction of Deepwater City proceeded in an orderly manner under Holland's command. Boulder led the army to clear out the various monsters around the city. Barbassa was leading a large group of newbies to practice swimming. Swimming in the sea and swimming in the river were 2 completely different experiences. The waves in the sea were strong, and those who had not been trained could be hit by a wave and never get back up again. Hurry up, you bunch of weaklings. Weren't you all proud before? How come you've all become soft-footed after a big wave? Barbassa held a bottle of rum in one hand and a rope in the other as he pointed at the sailors on the ship and scolded them. Although the ship was swaying, Barbassa was walking as if it was flat ground and did not sway at all. Get up, don't pretend to be dead. Hurry up and control the sail. If you don't want to go to the bottom of the sea to feed the fishes, then get up and control the ship immediately. The wind and waves rolled, and the entire sea was like a pot of boiling water. A small boat was rolling in the sea and a 4-meter-tall wave hit it. The entire ship was immediately lifted up and plunged into the water. Just as the ship was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, it was lifted up by the sea in the next second. The ship rocked back and forth in the sea, but it remained standing. Soon, the wind and waves passed, and the sea returned to normal. Hurry up and get up. Look at your vomiting. Hurry up and clean the deck. Barbassa said as soon as the storm passed. The sailors on the ship were dizzy from the fall, and their vomit was everywhere. Then, under Barbassa's urging, the pale sailors endured the discomfort and cleaned up. Don't think that this is a small matter. When sailing at sea, you must ensure that the ship is clean. If you don't want to get sick, remember to maintain hygiene. Also, you must maintain balance at all times. The enemy will not let you go just because you fell. Alright, rookies, this is your first lesson after boarding the ship. More cruel training awaits you in the future. Cherish the good times now. I hope that I can still see you when it's over. Northern Wasteland, Northgard City. An endless stream of merchants entered the city in an orderly fashion. Although Northtown City had only been established for a few years, it had quickly developed into a bustling metropolis due to the local specialties and the continuous influx of immigrants. The Pearl of the Northern region was very famous in the human kingdoms. Almost every merchant knew about this new trading city. Merchants with stout faces could be seen bargaining everywhere. Occasionally, they would even say thank you to Lady Joaquin, and then use their silver tongue to get the other party to lower the price. Northern Battlefront City had become an important trade center in the north. The wine, paper, sugar, spices, and all kinds of enchanted materials and potions produced here were very popular on the continent. As long as they were transported back, they could make at least double the profit. Surprisingly, the fastest growing temple in Northern Town was neither the Church of Wisdom nor the Church of the Lord of Dawn, but the Church of the Lady of Wealth. This was the most prosperous trading city in the northern lands. Every day, a large number of merchants would come here. Almost all of the merchants who came here would go to the Temple of Wealth to pray that they could become rich. The merchants were the believers of the Lady of Wealth. Every transaction here was worth at least 1,000 kinar. The monthly tax revenue of Northern Battlefront City now exceeded that of Cult City, an important city in the north. The merchants would go to the Temple of the Lady of Wealth to pray, and basically, they would offer some money. The last time Su Len went to the Temple of Wealth, the walls of the temple were actually gilded. It was said that this was just a basic practice of the Temple of Wealth. At the most extravagant time, they would gild the entire temple with a layer of gold. It was said that in the City of Wealth, the temple was not only gilded, but even the entire city would be painted with gold paint. The whole city looked golden. Of course, with the growth of wealth, there were countless filth hidden on the smooth surface of the City of Wealth. All kinds of darkness grew in the corners. Don't expect the nobles and officials to have much integrity. In their eyes, integrity and bottom line were far less tempting than the shiny kinar. Even with the power of the Temple of Wealth's restriction, there were still unknown corpses in the sewers of the City of Wealth. But in Northern Battlefront City, this situation had been completely eliminated. Sullen's control of the city was amazing. He would never allow any gray corner in the city to compete with him for wealth and control of the city. A large number of soldiers patrolled the city every day. Anyone who violated the laws of Northern Battlefront City would be arrested. Prancing Horse Tavern. This was one of the best taverns in Northern Battlefront City. The owner of the tavern was very smart. He came here when Northern Battlefront City was developing, but he did not get a license to trade in white sugar. However, the merchant was not disappointed. Instead, he found another way to open a tavern here. He used his connections to buy a lot of beautiful female slaves from other cities to provide services for the merchants who came and went. The first time he ate crabs made him a lot of money. His Prancing Horse Tavern also became a place where many merchants lived. At this moment, a large group of drunkards, tourists, mercenaries, and adventurers were chatting and laughing loudly. On a small stage in the middle of the tavern, a few female slaves who were dressed very sparingly were posing. This was a reserved program in the tavern. The owner of the tavern was very good at doing business. Everyone liked free performances. As long as these people were aroused, they would spend money to enjoy it even if you didn't say anything. Next to them, a bard was looking at the stage with a depressed face. These LSP only cared about watching the performance. Who would order his songs? He was too careless. He originally thought that the Prancing Horse Tavern was popular and wanted to make a lot of money. In the end, no one asked him to sing. A dwarf with a loud voice was drinking a local specialty of vodka. He looked drunk, but he was still shouting that he wanted to arm wrestle with another dwarf. A halfling stood at a table not far away. Although he was dead drunk, He had just knocked down a thief who wanted to steal his wallet. This sword is 30 feet and 1 inch long. It weighs 2 pounds and 3 ounces. It was tempered into steel and quenched into a sharp edge. 3 years ago, I killed a gnoll in Neverwinter. A dwarf master forged it and gave it to me. At this time, a warrior pulled out the long sword with a clang. It was cold and the sword was shining. It was indeed a good sword. The noisy atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The man's expression was cold, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. After looking around, he said coldly, "Only 30 kinnar." Chapter 563. After a moment of silence, there was a burst of laughter in the tavern. Sulin almost spat out the rum he just drank. A mercenary in the tavern laughed and said to the man, "I thought there was a guy who dared to make a move here, and I thought there would be a good show. In the end, this is what you showed us?" The others around him echoed. For a moment, the whole tavern was noisier than before. However, the adventurer looked indifferent and didn't care about it at all. He looked back and forth in the tavern, but no one was willing to buy it. "You don't know what's good for you." The adventurer sighed secretly. He casually pulled the long sword and sheathed it. Then, he sat back on the chair and looked at the dancers on the stage in the center of the tavern. Without a show to watch, the people in the tavern quickly forgot about this matter and began to drink again. Perhaps this matter would become a topic of conversation after drinking. Sulin came back from Deepwater City. The next morning, he went to the city hall to check that everything was normal. Then, he went to check that there were no problems with the workshops. In the afternoon, he deliberately came to the most popular tavern in the city to feel the atmosphere. Just as he was thinking about whether he should let Karina have a hot dance after returning to the palace at night, he saw this scene in front of him. He had to admit that this performance was really good. But to be honest, although he was a little far away, Sulin could still see that the long sword in the adventurer's hand was made of good materials and was well forged. It was indeed the work of a dwarf master. 30 kinnar was very generous. If it was in the blacksmith shop in the city, it would cost at least 70 or 80 kinnar. Sulin thought that this guy was quite interesting. After thinking for a while, Sulin asked someone to call him over. Soon, there were a few more people at Sulin's table. In addition to Sulin and the adventurer, the 2 dancers who were dancing on the stage just now were accompanying them. After that, this guy didn't hold back. He hugged a dancer and put his hands all over her body. He even wolfed down the food and drinks on the table, completely like a reincarnated hungry ghost. Sulin quietly watched him eat and flirt. When he was almost done, he asked, "That weapon isn't yours, is it?" "Of course it's mine." At this time, this adventurer did not have the image of an indifferent expert. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he hugged the dancer next to him, his face like a pig. "Hee, why would an adventurer sell his weapon?" Sulin sneered. "This is my weapon. If I want to sell it, sell it. What can you do about it?" Sulin glanced at him and said, "I don't care, but where did you get this weapon?" "Telepathy." A light flashed in Sulin's eyes, and in the next second, the adventurer told him everything he knew. It was very simple. This adventurer was just picking up scraps. He accidentally found 2 adventurers fighting. In the end, one of them died, and the other was seriously injured. The one who was seriously injured was not very lucky. He died from his injuries, so in the end, all those things fell into his hands. It was just that this guy didn't turn the windfall into his assets. Instead, he indulged in debauchery every day. In less than a month, he had spent most of the money. Therefore, he wanted to sell this weapon as well. Tonight, when he saw the performance of the dancers in the tavern, his brain was filled with lust, and he did what he did just now. Did the 2 people leave anything else? Sulin continued to ask. "There's also an iron box." "I can't open it," the man said with dull eyes. "Where is the iron box?" "At my place." Sulin looked around and waved his hand gently. The 2 dancers got up and left with dull eyes. Then he said to the man, "Where do you live? Take me there." With that, the adventurer stood up from the chair and turned to walk out of the tavern. Sulin followed him out, and the attendants who were responsible for the security work also appeared around him. The adventurer walked all the way out and soon came to a house for rent. These houses were cheap and the place was narrow, but they were clean and tidy. There were no smelly gutters or the like. They could be considered clean and tidy. After coming to this house, the adventurer took out an iron box from a stone brick under the bed. The box was tightly sealed, and it was impossible to tell where to open it. There was also a layer of protective magic light on it. On the outside of the box, there was also a rune circle. This was the opening circle of the box. After seeing it, Su Lin instantly knew that it was stored in a mage's box. The things inside must be very valuable. Su Lin didn't have a good way to remove this kind of seal. This kind of box was set with a protective device. If he tried to open it by force, the box would probably self-destruct, and the things inside would be destroyed. Although he couldn't open this magic box, it didn't mean that Hathaway couldn't. Although he was now a level 4 wizard, his knowledge was far from Hathaway's. Su Lin played with the box. It was slightly heavy in his hand. There was no obvious mark on the box, only a hexagram circle. To be safe, he didn't try to open it. Instead, he brought it back to Hathaway for help. In the North Wind Tower, Su Lin found Hathaway and handed the box to her. Hathaway looked at it carefully and said, "It is indeed a magic box, and it's well preserved. No one has opened it before." "Can you open it?" Su Lin asked. "Let me try," Hathaway said as she picked up the box. After about an hour, a light rose from the box. Then, with a soft crack, the box in front of them cracked open. Su Lin opened the box. Other than a parchment scroll, there was also a letter. The parchment scroll was a map. Although the drawing was very rough, one could still tell that it was the general terrain of the northern wasteland. However, that wasn't the main point. There was an obvious mark on the map. There was a red dot on the map, and the word ruin was written next to it. It was obvious that this was a map of a ruin. That unlucky guy must have found a ruin by accident and wanted to sell it for a good price. Unfortunately, he met his enemy on the way back. Although he killed his enemy with his superb swordsmanship and strength, he was also badly injured. The medicine he brought with him was used up in the previous exploration. Without medicine, he was seriously injured. In the end, he followed in his enemy's footsteps. Then, the guy hiding in the corner took advantage of him. Chapter 564. There were many ruins left behind by the ancient arcanists in the northern wasteland. Most of them had been destroyed, leaving only broken walls behind. However, there were many ruins that still contained many precious items. Therefore, many adventurers who discovered a new ruin would sell it to other organizations if they were unable to explore it. Normally, the wizard organizations would be very interested in these ruins. They could sell them for a good price. Su Lin checked the map. The ruins marked on it were a little far from the northern town. It was close to the ice field. Frost giants and white dragons lived there. The climate was cold, and it was covered in ice and snow. It was the worst place to live on the entire continent. If Su Lin wanted to explore the ruins there, he had to be prepared for the possibility of encountering frost giants and white dragons. The northern town city was still exploring the ruins they had just acquired, so they could not spare too many people. He planned to send some people to investigate first before making his next move. The northern town city had 2 secret realms. They were a few hundred kilometers apart. Su Lin planned to build a teleportation circle between them. In fact, compared to secret realms, Su Lin was more interested in demiplanes. Secret realms were hidden using spatial techniques. They could not be separated from the main material world, and they could not be moved. Every secret realm was built based on the energy of the ley lines around it. There was a lot of ley line energy in the ground. The ley line energy was like the veins in the ground. Some places had more ley line energy, while others had less. There were also some meridians that crisscrossed and crisscrossed, forming earth vein energy nodes. Secret realms were built using these earth vein energy nodes. Of course, natural ley line energy nodes had a lot of mixed energy. They needed to be sorted out and guided from other ley line energy to complete the energy node. Only then could a secret realm be built. Many secret realms were built using several ley line energy nodes. As for demiplanes, they were private spaces that only legendary wizards could create. Of course, some lucky wizards could find demiplanes in the astral plane and use them for themselves. Floating space cities usually had their own half-bit wall. The various products of this half-bit wall were used to supply the floating space city. This allowed a floating space city to easily drift in the astral boundary for thousands of years without relying on external materials. Although adepts had the ability to create half-planes, very few of them would do so. They thought that the half-planes they created would be empty. Let alone resources, they wouldn't even have air, water, land, or gravity. They would have to collect and fill them up bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, such half-planes were used by legendary wizards as storage spaces. They relied on powerful magic to strengthen the space barrier as a storage warehouse. Since there was nothing here, there was no need to worry about things deteriorating or being damaged. In fact, legendary wizards already had some of the power of gods to some extent. Just like creating a half-plane, if a wizard wanted to, they could create a world. Of course, it would take a long time. Modifying a semi-plane was a very complicated project. Unless it was done by the manpower of a large adept organization, it would take a legendary adept thousands of years to complete the task. If Su Lin wanted to build a floating space city, the half-plane creation technology and transformation would also need to be put on the agenda. If he was lucky enough to find a half-plane in the astral plane, it would be great. Many wizards would attach their half-planes to a material plane. As for those that could grow on their own, it was completely impossible to find one. The demiplane would grow bit by bit after absorbing energy. It would grow by dozens of square meters every day. It might seem hard to notice, but after a year, 10 years, or 100 years of accumulation, it would become a rather large space. If it continued to grow, the demiplane would also have the chance to become a prime material plane. Northern Town City didn't have a half-plane now, but Hathaway had the spell to create one. If they couldn't find a suitable half-plane in the astral plane, they would have to create one themselves and then transform it. By then, they would be able to separate the two secret realms from the main material plane and fill them in. Your Majesty, the batch of magic wood you ordered is here. In the study, a guard said respectfully. How much is here? Su Lin put down the book and asked. The first batch is 150 square meters. All of them are magic red pine wood. They are all top quality wood. The guard said respectfully. Then let's go take a look. Su Lin stood up and stretched. He then let the guard behind him put on his coat and walked out of the door. Soon, the group arrived at the warehouse where the goods were stored. There were two groups of soldiers standing guard outside the warehouse. There was another group of soldiers patrolling inside the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with white sugar, paper, and alcohol produced by the factories in Northern Town. The shipment of demonized red pine wood was also piled up here. The heavy door of the warehouse opened, and Su Lin walked in first. As soon as he walked in, he saw the wood piled up not far away. Magic red pine wood was a kind of wood that had a nice fragrance. At this moment, the entire warehouse was filled with a nice fragrance. This kind of wood was hard and light. It had the ability to repel insects and moths. Its magic properties were also good. It was often used to make magic ships. Since Su Lin was ready to open up a channel, he naturally had to build a magic ship. With a magic ship like this, the safety of the ships in Deepwater City could be guaranteed. Only then would the rebellious pirates be afraid. The Red Dragon Queen was able to control the entire Southern Sea. She occupied all the important channels and collected high taxes. Other than her own strength, she also had a powerful fleet made up of magic ships. This fleet's strength could easily sweep the entire Southern Sea. Even the three most powerful countries in the Southern Sea together wouldn't be able to defeat it. Don't think that this was an exaggeration. In fact, she had done this before. At that time, the three most powerful countries in the Southern Sea spent a lot of time and money building their navies. They also hired wizards to make magic ships. In the end, they formed a joint fleet with full confidence and prepared to destroy the Red Dragon Queen's fleet. In the end, they had the absolute advantage in numbers. The joint fleet of the three countries was destroyed in a naval battle. According to the records at that time, the entire sea was burning with the flames of hell. The corpses of the Sacred Alliance filled the sea. Countless sharks reveled in the water. That day, the crown fell from the hands of the Sacred Alliance. The whole world trembled under the dragon's wings that covered the sky. Chapter 565. Although Deepwater City did not intend to extravagantly build a magic fleet, a powerful magic ship was still a necessity. After processing, the enchanted red pine wood would be used as the main material for the magic ship. Su Lin reached out and touched the wood in front of him, then used his energy to feel it. It was indeed a good material, and there was nothing wrong with it. Only then did he nod. This kind of magic wood was basically a military resource, and ordinary people had no way to buy it. The southern countries were especially strict about this kind of wood. After all, if pirates got their hands on this wood, although they could not cast spells on the ship, the wood itself could crush ordinary ships. Su Lin didn't produce enchanted red pine wood here. Instead, he bought it from other wizard organizations. Many wizard organizations would plant enchanted red pine wood in large quantities in the secret realm. Some could be used to make magic wands, and some could be sold in exchange for other resources. The most powerful magic ship in the Southern Sea was called the Red Dragon Queen. This ship was made of dragon blood wood. The body of a giant dragon would constantly release a kind of radiation energy to the surroundings. This radiation energy would change the surrounding environment and promote the development of creatures in the direction of dragonization. This kind of dragon blood wood was a kind of wood that grew near the nest of a giant dragon. The quality of the dragon blood wood was determined by the giant dragon that lived around it. The stronger the giant dragon was, the better the quality of the dragon blood wood. The dragon blood wood used by the Red Dragon Queen was grown around the nest of the Red Dragon Queen. This kind of wood was much better than the enchanted red pine wood Su Lin used. In addition to the dragon blood wood, the Red Dragon Queen was also embedded with a large number of dragon scales. These dragon scales were shed by the Red Dragon Queen. Although they were not as strong as the ones on her body, their defense was still very high. The crew of the ship were all descendants of the Red Dragon Queen. It was this ship that defeated the alliance fleet of the three countries in one fell swoop. Then, other ships would surround the alliance fleet and completely send it to the bottom of the sea. In this era, not everyone could own a magic ship. Other than the various countries, only the major wizard organizations and some big nobles could afford to build one. Every few years, the major sorcerer organizations would recruit apprentices from all over the world. These ships were not to be touched unless you wanted to start a war with the sorcerer organization. Those great nobles would spend a lot of money to build a magic ship. The size of the ship was still very small, and it was usually used as the flagship of a caravan to protect the fleet. The magic ship that Su Lin was going to build was not going to be stingy. It was built by legendary wizard Hathaway and Su Lin. It was definitely going to be a very powerful ship. Due to the lack of sailors, they did not intend to use too many people on this ship. It would be a powerful magic ship. The sailboat and the ballistic cannons could be controlled by magic. If it was not for the lack of technical skills, he would even try to install the magic particle railgun on the ship. With one shot, no matter if it was the Red Dragon Queen, the Dawn Goddess, or the Queen, and they would all be destroyed. After checking that the wood was up to standard, Su Lin directly sent them to the secret mirror. He planned to build a magic ship here. Hathaway, Alex, and Su Lin came here. In addition to the wood in front of them, Su Lin also prepared magic steel and other metals. These magic steel were used to make the keel of the magic ship. Su Lin took out a blueprint. The magic ship was built according to this blueprint. Everyone divided up the work. Su Lin was responsible for the keel, Alex was responsible for the sails and masts, Hathaway and Chris were responsible for the hull, and Karina was responsible for the special parts of the ship. After the division of labor was decided, everyone began to work. Su Lin waved his hand, and a big hand completely made of lightning energy appeared out of thin air. Then, the big hand picked up the magic steel ingots piled on the ground. Powerful electric currents flashed with dazzling light. The originally hard magic steel ingots were quickly softened by the electric arcs and melted into a pile of liquid metal. Then, the molten liquid metal quickly changed into various shapes under Sullen's control. The magic ship was 56 meters long and 32 meters wide. The keel was 50 meters long and 26 meters wide. Sullen planned to make the keel of such a ship in one go. Powerful lightning energy surged out of his body. Pieces of magic steel ingots were melted and then merged according to the blueprint. Soon, a large mass of magic steel liquid floated in the air. After confirming that there was enough magic steel, Sullen began to control the liquid metal to quickly form it. Soon, a keel gradually took shape. After the keel was formed, the dazzling lightning energy slowly disappeared, and the magic steel liquid metal began to cool down. Magic steel was a metal with excellent magical conductivity. It was far more durable than ordinary steel. It was also much lighter than ordinary steel. At the same time, it was not too expensive to make. It was a good choice to make the keel of a ship. Of course, the keel was only half finished. After the cooling down, Sullen still needed to enchant it to increase its durability, reduce its weight, increase its resistance to corrosion, and increase its magic defense. At the same time, he also needed to create an energy channel. While Sullen was making the keel, the others were not idle. Hathaway took out her magic staff. With a flash of light, neatly arranged magic red pine wood floated in the air. Then, the wood was arranged in a picturesque disorder in the air. Wind blades appeared one after another. Then these wind blades waved and cut the wood. The hard magic wood was quickly cut into neat materials. After the wood was cut, the planks began to be pieced together. Although there was a lot of wood, under Hathaway's control, the wood was quickly cut into standard parts. After Sullen finished the keel, the wood was quickly pieced together. The flying planks flew to the designated location, and a huge wooden sailboat was quickly completed from scratch. The masts that Alex had prepared earlier were also installed under her control. Soon, 3 huge masts were erected, and huge white sails and ropes began to be connected to the designated positions. The masts stood tall, and the double deck and the ballista were all in place. At the bow of the ship was the head of a dragon. Hathaway had carved it according to Onyxia's image. The slender body was like the hull of the ship. When the last plank was put in place, the ship went from nothing to complete in just a few hours. Of course, this was only the first step. The next step was to enchant the ship. Chapter 566. The task of enchantment was left to Hathaway. After all, the quality of the enchantment was directly proportional to the strength and skills of the enchantment user. Hathaway took out her magic staff and flew directly into the air. She gently tapped on the sails of the magic ship with her staff, and a gorgeous magic energy instantly wrapped the sails of the ship. Hathaway took out some magic gem powder and some arcane math powder. Then she gently blew, and the magic powder instantly flew up. These magic powders emitted colorful colors, and the surrounding space became dreamlike at this moment. Countless glittering magic powder quickly merged with the sails under the effect of magic, and the whole sails emitted a gorgeous luster. Lines of magic runes quickly took shape, and the colorful magic powder fused with the mysterious runes. After a long time, all the magic light dissipated, and the sail returned to its original appearance. Wind Elemental Sail. This is a special sail made of runic cloth and woven with thorium threads. The sorcerer has cast a wind elemental spell on it, allowing it to be blown by the wind no matter the time or the direction of the wind. Wind from all directions plus 25, fire and water resistance plus 27, smooth sailing plus 25, never wear and tear plus 22, weight reduction plus 23, wind and waves plus 22. Skills. Call the wind and summon the rain, summon fog. Animated rope. After enchanted with the animated rope, these ropes seem to have a life of their own. Serious work plus 25, orderly plus 23, double efficiency plus 24, fire and water resistance plus 23, coil plus 22, toughness plus 25, stretch and stretch plus 24, sail control plus 28, regeneration plus 25. Dragon Roar, Ram Indestructible plus 28, Quick Strike plus 22, Rampage plus 25, Damage plus 24. Seeing that Hathaway had finished casting the spell, Su Lin used identification on the sails and ropes of the magic ship in front of him to check their attributes. It could be said that they completely exceeded his requirements. The wind elemental sail allowed the ship to sail freely in any direction of the wind. Whether it was against the wind or not, the sails would provide enough power for the ship. In addition to the sails, the animated ropes could be used to control the sails and carry out various tasks at the same time. They could replace the sailors and even attack when the enemy was engaged in boarding combat. A large number of ropes would suddenly shoot out and wrap around the enemy like pythons before strangling them to death. After completing the enchantments for the sails and ropes, Hathaway began to enchant the ship's hull. Hathaway took out a metal ingot, then directly summoned elemental fire and melted the entire metal ingot into liquid. After the impurities were removed from the liquid metal, the magic energy on it became even stronger. Hathaway gently waved her staff, and the liquid metal quickly covered the entire ship like a layer of thin film. Soon, the entire ship was wrapped in a layer of metal protection. Afterwards, one rune after another was quickly engraved on the hull. A large number of runes appeared on the hull like decorative patterns, and multicolored magic lights quickly fluttered. After a while, Hathaway finally finished engraving the runes on the hull. At this moment, the entire magic ship was emitting a strong elemental aura. Su Lin cast an identification spell on the magic ship, and a large number of data appeared in front of his eyes. Magic creation, magic ship, unnamed, item type. Animated magic ship, item description, this is a powerful warship. It was built with magic red pine wood as the raw material. After a legendary wizard enchanted it, this warship became a powerful magic warship. The power of magic allows it to sail in any sea. Its speed is faster and the hull is stronger. It has become a moving castle on the sea. Indestructible plus 25, break the waves plus 27, walk on level ground plus 23, water and fire resistance plus 25, steady as Mount Tai plus 23, fast movement plus 25, agile evasion plus 24, wave suppression plus 26, energy storage, space plus 22, skills. Underwater navigation, charge, accelerated navigation, aim. Animated life, summon water element. Equipment, wind element sail, animated rope, dragon roar, ram. Seeing the attributes of the magic ship, Sullen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This magic ship was unexpectedly powerful. Although he didn't test it on the sea, he could easily judge that this ship was the overlord of the sea. Hathaway slowly let out a sigh of relief, and her body, which had been floating in the air, slowly descended to the ground. Enchantment of the ship just now wasn't as difficult as casting a few legend spells. Although the mana consumption wasn't as high as legend spells, the amount of effort required wasn't low. Carving so many runes without any deviation wasn't an easy task. After Hathaway finished the ship's enchantment, Karina and Chrissy also finished building the other parts of the ship. Karina was responsible for the various supporting facilities of the ship, such as the rudder, operating panel, storage, compass, navigator, and so on. Chris was responsible for the ballista and other weapons. Chris gave the ballista demonic power. After hitting the enemy, the demonic power would attack the enemy like maggots corroding the bone. Ballista, a powerful weapon blessed with demonic power, can cause serious damage to the enemy. Demonic power plus 20, accuracy plus 20, quick reload plus 25, range plus 25, armor penetration plus 22, fire plus 25. Skills, rapid shooting, arrow rain, rapid shooting, increase attack speed by 100%, lasts for 3 minutes. Arrow rain, at the cost of sacrificing the power of the ballista, fire a large number of arrows to cover an area. The arrows can be fire arrows or ordinary arrows. Red Dragon's Fury, flamethrower after activation, it can spray high-temperature flames at the enemy in front of it. Demonic power plus 22, area of effect plus 25, high temperature burn plus 20, burn on water plus 22, poisonous smoke plus 25. Skills: Hellfire, Flamethrower. Hellfire. Because of the demonic power, the Red Dragon's Fury can summon Hellfire when activated, causing great damage to the enemy. Flamethrower. Accumulates power for 1 second and then suddenly explodes. Can double the range of the flamethrower. In addition to these equipment such as compasses, astrologers, and binoculars were also enchanted with various spells such as Fog Insight, Direction Guidance, and Eagle Eye. These equipment allowed the magic ship to deal with all kinds of situations. The magic ship was finally completed after everyone's joint efforts. The combat power of this ship could easily destroy a fleet. Hathaway cast Life Animate on the ship, and the magic ship had a basic consciousness. Su-Len and Hathaway left their soul imprints on the magic ship. P.S. What's a good name for this ship? Chapter 567. On the blue sea, several seagulls were flying in the sky. On the surface of the sea, a huge ship was sailing through the wind and waves. Su-Len was wearing a pirate captain's three-brimmed hat. He held a telescope in one hand and hugged Chris in the other. He was commanding the ship in high spirits. On the calm surface of the sea, the ship's sailing speed had reached 35 knots. If he used a skill, the speed could easily reach 50 knots. In this era, even magic ships couldn't reach such a high speed. Su-Len even tried the weapons on the magic ship. Those ballistae could easily shoot 500 meters away. Under the operation of the animated ropes, they could shoot 6 times per minute. After activating rapid fire, the firing rate could be doubled, reaching an astonishing 12 bolts per minute. This magic ship had a total of 24 ballistae, which could still shoot 288 bolts per minute. Such a high firing rate could completely turn a ship into a hedgehog. Compared to the bolts, the flamethrower of the Red Dragon's Fury was more powerful. The range of the flamethrower was only 50 meters, but the surface area of the flamethrower was 1,500 square meters. Su-Len tested it on an ordinary ship. In less than 10 minutes, the flamethrower completely ignited the entire ship. Moreover, the flame of the Red Dragon's Fury could burn on the surface of the sea. When it burned, it would release poisonous smoke. Its lethality was very strong. After speeding on the surface of the sea for a while, Su-Len let the ship slow down. The entire magic ship didn't need sailors to operate it at all. Those animated ropes could complete all kinds of movements. Following Su-Len's order, the magic ship suddenly shook slightly. Then the deck of the ship began to move. An invisible force appeared around the ship. The surrounding seawater began to enter the ship. The entire magic ship quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. In less than a minute, the ship disappeared from the surface of the sea. On the bottom of the sea, Su-Len looked around. The bottom of the sea wasn't dark. A layer of light blue energy shield wrapped around the entire ship. The seawater was separated from the ship, and the surroundings exuded a layer of gloomy luster. From the magic ship, one could clearly see the surrounding seabed. In addition to separating the seawater, the energy layer around the ship also had a concealment function. From the outside, there was nothing in the seawater. The speed of the magic ship at the bottom of the sea was slower than on the surface, but it was more than enough for a sneak attack. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by light blue seawater. It was as if he was in a crystal palace. It was very beautiful. Su-Len was overwhelmed with excitement. He pulled Chris here to play a game of 2, and then let the boat float. After playing in the sea for almost a day, Su-Len tested all the abilities of the magic ship, and then sailed the ship back. The only regret he had was that there was not even a single pirate ship in the surrounding sea, let alone a merchant ship. This made his idea of fighting a naval battle completely fail. After returning to the deep-water port, Su-Len and Chris returned to the land. As for the magic ship, it directly sank to the bottom of the sea and slept. It would only wake up again when Su-Len or Hathaway summoned it. This kind of sleep was also a way for it to accumulate energy. The magic ship was not equipped with an energy source like the elemental pool. After all, it It would cost too much to move the elemental pool onto the ship, and it would be easily damaged. Therefore, Hathaway used another method, similar to a battery. The magic ship had a special conversion array that could absorb the energy in the sea, convert it into elemental energy, and store it. Usually, it would not consume energy when traveling normally. It would only consume energy when casting spells or in a state of battle. Under normal circumstances, the ship could fight for about 2 days when it was full of energy. When they arrived at Deepwater City, the whole city was in full swing construction. The shipyard on the island in the middle of the Red Sand River had been completed. This shipyard covered an area of 30,000 square meters and had a total of 6 docks. The shipyards of this era had not formed the kind of closed docks yet. Many of them were directly built by digging a pit. Su Lin made a lot of improvements when the shipyard was built. The largest dock in the shipyard was 70 meters long, and it could build a merchant ship with a displacement of up to 2,000 tons. This kind of ship had a large cargo capacity and could carry a lot of food and water for long-distance voyages. It would take about a month to sail from the eastern continent to Deepwater City. If they went to a farther city, it would take even longer. There were not many islands along the way from here to the eastern continent, so it was necessary to prepare enough food and water. This kind of merchant ship with a displacement of 2,000 tons could transport 4 or 5 times more goods than ordinary sailing ships. The smallest of the 6 docks in the shipyard was only 30 meters long. It could build small merchant ships. In addition to these merchant ships, warships could also be built here. In fact, the difference between merchant ships and warships in this era was not too big. Many pirates drove modified armed merchant ships. There were often conflicts between pirates and navies. The navies could not rely on their ships to gain an absolute advantage. Sometimes, pirates would take the initiative to attack the navies. The biggest difference between a merchant ship and a warship was the shape of the ship. In order to transport more goods, a merchant ship would increase its width when it was built. On the other hand, a warship was different. In order to pursue the enemy at a faster speed, a warship was generally built to be more slender. Such warships were usually faster than merchant ships, but the armed merchant ships modified by the pirates were not slower than the warships. Another difference was that the wood used for warships was teak or other high-grade wood, which was rarely used by merchant ships. Warships made of wood such as teak were usually more sturdy. In naval battles in this era, rams were often used. Rams could be said to be the most powerful means of attack in this era, other than magic ships. Many times, a high-speed ship could rely on rams to directly break another ship in half. If the wood used for such a violent collision was not up to standard, it was likely to cause serious damage to the warship. The pirates' favorite way to fight was to jump ship. This kind of battle allowed them to better preserve their goods and ships. It was said that the pirates in the southern seas had used this method to seize many warships. Compared to the navy, pirates were even more insane. Under normal circumstances, pirates preferred to use human wave tactics. Often, there would be dozens or even hundreds of pirates on a pirate ship. Chapter 568. The shipyard on River Heart Island was currently building a warship and an armed merchant ship. The merchant ship was progressing faster. Most of the craftsmen were from northern town. They had only built inland watercraft before and had never built a ship before. In order to build the ship, Su Lin specially hired some old craftsmen from the southern sea at a high price to guide them. Just like that, the framework of the shipyard was set up. After the 2 ships were completed, Su Lin planned to form an exploration caravan to explore the sea route in the east. The trade route did not have to be developed after Deepwater City was built. In fact, as long as the port was completed, they could explore the trade route. While building, they could conduct trade. Su Lin strolled around River Heart Island. When he went to eat, he bumped into sailors who had just completed their sea training. These sailors all looked pale, their hair was messy, and their bodies were filled with a sour smell. It was obvious that these sailors had been tortured by Barbassa on the sea. Su Lin had no objections to this at all. After all, he did not know how to train a navy. Barbassa was the only one in the entire Northwind Dukedom who knew how to train pirates. However, The definition of a navy and a pirate in this era was not so accurate. If they wore military uniforms and raised military flags, they were a navy. If they took off their uniforms and raised other flags, they were pirates. Now, almost half of the active pirates in the Southern Sea had an official background. Although the three southern countries had formed an alliance, they were always dirty in private. The three countries had always been competing, but they could not fall out with each other. Therefore, they had obtained a privateer license. With this license, pirates could rob merchant ships legally. Of course, privateers could not rob their own country's ships. The first country to issue a privateer license was the Tudor Kingdom. Originally, the Tudor Kingdom was far behind the Liberia Kingdom and the Netherlands Kingdom in terms of maritime trade. However, with the privateer license, the kingdom's maritime power developed rapidly and was now not inferior to the other two countries. The privateer license stipulated that half of the looted wealth had to be paid to the king. This way, the Tudor Kingdom did not have to spend a single cent of military expenditure to obtain a large number of troops and large amounts of money. After seeing this situation, the Liberia Kingdom and the Netherlands Kingdom also began to issue privateer licenses. In the end, pirate activities in the Southern Sea became rampant. If Deepwater City were to engage in maritime trade and open up trade routes, it wouldn't be long before these pirates would rush over like sharks smelling blood. In order to cope with the next challenge, Deepwater City's navy must be established as soon as possible. Of course, in the early stage, in order to help the weak navy of Deepwater City, Su Lin would leave the Raging Dragon here to help them fight. Northern Wastelands, Northwind Tower. The astrology platform was filled with a powerful magic power. Hathaway's body had gathered a frightening amount of energy. A decaying, destructive, and crazy energy was constantly being extracted from the divinity crystal. This powerful negative energy could easily turn a person into a demon who would not shrink from any evil. The slightest carelessness would interfere with Hathaway's mind. Only after the divinity had been purified could she absorb it without any side effects. Beside Hathaway, a torrent of elemental energy was constantly purifying this evil energy. After about half an hour, the energy extracted from the divinity crystal in front of her was finally purified and restored to its original golden brilliance. Then the surrounding elemental energy slowly dissipated. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and the golden divinity began to integrate into her body. The golden energy turned into strands of silk and rushed into Hathaway's body. Because Hathaway was not a god, she could only slowly integrate the divinity. It was said that the gods could directly integrate the divinity into their bodies, unlike humans who integrated it bit by bit. After feeling the divinity integrate into her body, Hathaway's soul became stronger. After all the divinity in front of her had integrated into her body, her soul felt full. Hathaway then slowly dispersed the magic power around her body. Although the divinity had been cleansed, Hathaway's emotions were still affected during this period. As the divinity was stripped away, the faint golden energy in this part of the abomination's soul began to decrease. Hathaway did not absorb this soul energy. Although the quality of the abomination's soul energy was very high, the negative emotions in this soul were also very strong. Absorbing this energy was not worth the loss to Hathaway. With a snap of her fingers, Hathaway sealed the remaining soul energy. After extracting the divinity, the abomination's soul energy was an advanced legendary crystal. Hathaway and Su Lin were very interested in the guardian statue in the ruins of the Wizard Tower. They planned to use the abomination's soul crystal to make one. Milky Way, check the pollution index on my body and soul. After absorbing the divinity of the abomination's divinity, Hathaway felt her body and soul and then said to the tower genie, "Detecting the pollution index. Detection complete." A blue energy swept across Hathaway's body. The current pollution index on the Tower Master's body is 11.5%. Please take note, Tower Master. If the pollution index is too high, it will affect your magic power control and your promotion will also be affected. The chances of you losing control of your mind will increase. Please try not to take any potions during this period. Hathaway rubbed her head. She did not have a good way to clean up the pollution index on her body. She could only purify it bit by bit. The pollution caused by the ancient arcanists was even more serious. At that time, many places in the main material plane were seriously polluted. Normal life could not survive at all. This was also one of the fuses that led to the war between the gods and the arcane kingdom. The ancient arcanists later also studied ways to clean up the pollution. The results were some seriously polluted areas were still uninhabitable. In this aspect, the Druids were better at cleaning up. The wisdom tree planted in Sullen's secret realm also had a purifying effect. Hathaway was going to live with the wisdom tree for a while. The purifying ability of the wisdom tree was very important to Su Lin and the others. In addition to Hathaway, Alex and Karina had also fused with divinity once. Chris had just fused with the power of the Baler and had not fully mastered it, so she could not fuse with divinity for the time being. Phyllis was not strong enough and her soul power was not strong enough. If she forcibly fused with divinity, her mind would be affected by the divinity, so she did not fuse with it for the time being. Fusing with divinity required at least the strength of Tier 4. Of course, if it was divinity given by other divine creatures, there was no such threshold, but very few divine creatures would do so. Chapter 569. North Wind Tower, Astrology Platform. With a flash of a teleportation spell, Sullen's figure appeared in the tower. Soon, the little maid Angela appeared. When she saw Su Lin, she bowed slightly. "Master, you're back." Su Lin smiled and rubbed her little head. "You're here today. Where's Hathaway?" The half-elf maid Angela smiled. Sister Hathaway went to stay at the wisdom tree for a few days. She said that the pollution in her body was a bit high, so she went to purify it. But Su Lin nodded. He knew that Hathaway had just fused with the divinity. Who's at the wisdom tree now? Sister Hathaway, Sister Alex, Sister Karina, and Sister Xanthi. Sister Chris doesn't like to go to the wisdom tree, so she rarely goes there, Angela said. Chris was a succubus, a type of demon. She was a legendary demon and was somewhat resistant to natural divine power. If she was a normal demon, she wouldn't even go near the wisdom tree. Go prepare lunch. I'll go take a look at the mystery realm first. After Su Lin ordered, he went straight to the mystery realm. It had only been half a month since he left the mystery realm. As soon as he arrived, he could feel the natural aura around him. The entire mystery realm was full of vitality. When he arrived at the botanical garden, it had become a sea of flowers. Colorful flowers bloomed around him. Unbelievable! These flowers should bloom at different times. Why are they blooming at the same time? Su Lin looked around in surprise. For example, the magic violet bloomed in May. The magic datura bloomed in August to October. The tulips bloomed in April. Now, these flowers were all blooming. Before he could figure out why, Xanthi noticed him and jogged over. "Su Lin, you're back." "Xanthi, what's with these flowers?" Su Lin pointed at the sea of flowers. "This is one of Grandpa Tree's abilities. Within the range of its domain, all the flowers will bloom," Xanthi explained with a smile. "All of them? Won't it affect these plants?" Su Lin asked in surprise. "They won't. These plants will be the same as normal plants. They won't be affected." Su Lin nodded. "That's good. Did you plant all these flowers?" "That's right. I asked elder sister Alex for these. Her elder sister winged people helped me collect the seeds. Then we planted them together. Look, this is a devil's snare, this is a Japanese rose, and this is a lilac. There are some over there that haven't been planted yet." Sandy pulled Su Lin and said excitedly, "Isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, it's like a dream garden." Su Lin rubbed Sandy's head. "By the way, come with me." Xanthi seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. She pulled Su Lin and ran in another direction. Soon, the two of them arrived at the empty space behind the sea of flowers. There were more than 10 square wooden boxes placed neatly on the empty space. There were also bees the size of a thumb flying around them. "This is..." Su Lin looked at the beehives in front of him in surprise. "Hee, what do you think? These are my bees," Sandy said proudly. These are the amethyst bees that I asked elder sister Karina to catch for me. The amethyst bee was a very poisonous bee. An ordinary amethyst bee was the size of an adult's thumb. Its sting was very painful. There was also poison on it that could cause paralysis and weakness. In the wild, even the dire bear wouldn't dare to steal the honey of the amethyst bees. These amethyst bees were very dangerous. The challenge level of a swarm of amethyst bees in the wild was around level 11. Without professional means and tools, even a grand knight would have to take a detour if they encountered a swarm of amethyst bees. If they were surrounded by the amethyst bees, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. These bees were very dangerous, but the honey of the amethyst bees was very good. The taste of the amethyst honey was sweet, sweeter than cane sugar. Also, the amethyst honey had a special effect. It could be used to detoxify, make magic potions, and of course, be consumed directly. The biggest effect of the amethyst honey was to slow down aging. The amethyst honey's price was usually 500 kinar per 100 milliliters. Of course, this price was basically priceless. There was very little amethyst honey on the market. Basically, it would be bought as soon as it appeared. Only a few auction houses would sell it, but the price would be much higher than 500 kinar. The effect of the amethyst honey was not constant. It was different from the flower honey collected by the amethyst bees. Normal flowers were naturally not as good as the flowers of magic plants. The amethyst bees in the wild mostly collected normal flowers. Only a part of it was from magic plants. However, the amethyst bees in front of Sullen's eyes were all from magic plants, so the effect was naturally stronger. Since the amethyst honey was so effective, of course, many people wanted to domesticate it. However, the amethyst bees were wild and hard to tame. Only a few wizard organizations had domesticated a few. Most of the time, they would set aside an area to breed the amethyst bees, and then forcibly collect the honey. "You tame these amethyst bees?" Sulin asked as he looked at the amethyst bees flying around. "Yeah, soon look, these amethyst bees are very obedient." Sandy giggled, and then her body began to dance like a butterfly. The amethyst bees around her also began to dance with her. All the amethyst bees were obediently dancing with Sandy's fingers. "This is your ability?" Sulin looked at Sandy with surprise. "Yeah, what do you think? Am I powerful?" the little girl said with a proud face. Her expression was almost saying, "Praise me, praise me, praise me." "Sandy, you're so powerful." Sulin nodded. "Hee hee, Sister Alex, Sister Karina, and Sister Hathaway taught me this," Sandy giggled. "They taught me how to control my own power, and then I learned how to tame these amethyst bees. By the way, soon, here's some amethyst royal jelly. I saved a jar for you." Sandy suddenly remembered something, and then she pulled Sulin to a beehive. She carefully opened the beehive, and an amethyst bee the size of an adult's fist was lying in the beehive, sucking on the honey. Sandy gently pointed her finger, and a strange power spread out from her body. She then took out a glass bottle and carefully took out the honey from the beehive. When the glass bottle was full, she closed the beehive. "This is the amethyst queen bee's royal jelly. Because it's the amethyst queen bee's food, you can't take too much. If you want more, you'll have to wait until next month." Sandy then handed the glass bottle full of amethyst royal jelly to Sulin. Chapter 570. Sandy summoned water elements to wash her hands, and then stretched out her white and tender hand to dip some royal jelly from the glass jar and handed it to Sulin. She said with a sweet smile, "Fresh royal jelly. Others like it very much. Sulin, would you like to have a taste?" Looking at Sandy's white and tender hands and her expectant look, Sulin would not refuse her kindness. He licked the royal jelly on her fingers. The moment his tongue touched it, he tasted a hint of sweetness with a hint of sourness and floral fragrance. It was not as spicy as other royal jellies, so it tasted good. Seeing Sulin licking her fingers directly, Sandy blushed slightly. However, she recovered soon. "How's the taste? Do you like it?" "Great royal jelly." Sulin gave a thumbs up and said. Seeing Sullen's expression, Sandy also became happy. she said proudly. "The amethyst bees I cultivated and the amethyst bees' honey and royal jelly are the best." "Oh, come and have a taste of the honey. Compared with royal jelly, honey tastes better." Sandy raised her head proudly and said, patting her chest. As she spoke, Sandy took out a jar of purple crystal honey from somewhere as if she was performing a magic trick. Sulin took over the jar and smelled it. There was a faint floral fragrance with a hint of sweetness, which was very attractive. He dipped his finger into the jar and put it into his mouth. A mellow floral fragrance with sweetness instantly filled his mouth. It was a feeling that made people satisfied from the bottom of their hearts. Sulin couldn't help but narrow his eyes and savor the taste. He could guarantee that this was definitely the best honey he had ever tasted since his previous life. The sweet honey had a hint of floral fragrance and a long aftertaste, which made people feel that they were in a sea of flowers. Even if other effects of the honey were ignored, it was the best honey only in terms of taste. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Sandy looked at Sulin expectantly. "It made me feel the taste of nature. It gave me a sense of happiness and satisfaction. It was great," Sulin said. "Hee, as long as you like it. I spent a lot of time getting these amethyst wasps to collect different flowers and make this honey according to a special ratio," Sandy said proudly. Sulin had a whole new level of respect for Sandy. Originally, he just wanted to raise a mascot. He didn't expect that Sandy would bring him a surprise. "Thank you for your hard work." The effect of royal jelly was better than honey. It was a very rare and precious medicinal material. Even if it was not mixed into a magic potion, it could slowly strengthen a person's physique and increase their lifespan through daily consumption. At the same time, it could speed up the effect of meditation and slow down aging. This was a hot commodity for most magi. Unfortunately, the production rate was even lower than the amethyst honey. Basically, it was digested as soon as it was produced, and very rarely would it be sold. Sulin used appraisal on the 2 jars in his hands, and a large amount of data appeared before his eyes. Item name: purple crystal honey. Quality: excellent. Description: honey carefully brewed by the amethyst wasps using the pollen of dozens of magical plants. It tastes sweet and has the effect of improving physique, slowing down aging, detoxifying, and increasing poison resistance. It's a rare honey. Amethyst honey, sweet and delicious plus 42, pleasant fragrance plus 37, detoxifying plus 34, aging plus 25, energy recovery plus 40, mana recovery plus 35. Note: long-term consumption will give you a weak poison resistance. More than 1 liter must be consumed continuously. Item name: amethyst royal jelly. Quality: excellent. Description: liquid secreted by the young amethyst wasps from various flowers collected by the young amethyst wasps. It is the food for the queen bee and also the food for the larvae. It has the effect of strengthening physique, slowing down aging, increasing lifespan, enhancing meditation, and many other effects. Amethyst royal jelly, strengthening physique plus 30, maximum 3 points of physique per person. Maximum physique is 35. More than 300 milliliters must be consumed continuously. Rapid growth plus 26, life increase plus 35, aging plus 35, permanent youth plus 35, energy recovery plus 50, mana recovery plus 45, meditation efficiency plus 30. Looking at the attributes of the amethyst honey and the amethyst royal jelly, the quality was not surprising. The price of this quality was directly doubled, and everyone was fighting over it. "How much honey is produced?" Sulin asked. Xanthi's small white hand supported her head. She thought for a while and said, "There are a total of 10 amethyst wasps here. The production of honey is 120 liters per month. The royal jelly is less, only 30 liters. Of course, the number of amethyst wasps here has not reached saturation yet. If there is a need, we can continue to increase it. Looks like Xanthi is also a little rich lady," Sulin said with a smile. "Let's go. Your sisters must be waiting anxiously." Sulin and Xanthi came to the center of the sea of flowers. In the middle of the sea of flowers was a 50-meter tall tree. This tree was naturally the wisdom ancient tree. As soon as he came here, the aura of nature around him became even stronger. In this environment, he also felt as if his body had been purified. The giant ancient tree was lush and green. It was like a giant umbrella. In the open space under the tree, there were a dozen tree houses of different shapes. As soon as Su Lin appeared, a white figure rushed over. The loud neigh of a horse sounded. An extraordinary horse appeared beside Su Lin. It was his Pegasus. It lowered its head and rubbed against Su Lin's body. Su Lin reached out and rubbed the mane of the horse. He smiled and said, "You've gained a lot of weight recently." The Pegasus snorted at Su Lin and excitedly circled around Su Lin and Xanthi. The Pegasus had been living a much more comfortable life recently. It ran around happily every day. After Su Lin brought it to the nature oak, it treated this place as its home. "Su Lin, you're here." Alex greeted Su Lin. "Come and try the afternoon tea that Sister Hathaway made. It's delicious." Hathaway and Karina smiled at him. At this time, they were sitting under the wisdom tree and chatting. There was a tea set on the coffee table next to them, and there were some cream biscuits and fruits on each of their seats. It was obvious that they were having a gathering here. "Hathaway's afternoon tea? I have to try it," Su Lin said as he sat down on the empty seat next to him. He picked up a delicate teacup and poured a cup of black tea. The black tea in Northern Town was different from the black tea popular in Florence. There were no milk, sugar, or other ingredients in the black tea. It was just boiled water, and Hathaway added some mint leaves to taste. This kind of black tea was more in line with Su Lin's habits. "Are you used to living here?" Su Lin put down the teacup and asked. Hathaway stretched lazily, her loose wizard robe outlining an astonishing curve. "It's too comfortable, too comfortable. It's nice to stay here for a few days every month to relax, but staying here for a long time will make me lose my drive. You're too self-disciplined." Su Lin shook his head and said helplessly, "Self-discipline is the only way I can go further on the path of arcana." Hathaway smiled. "But other than the comfort, the pollution index here is very good. I've only stayed here for a few days, and the pollution index on me has already decreased by half. It'll all be gone in 3 days at most." Su Lin looked at Alex and said, "What do you think, Alex?" "It's great. I think this place can help me purify my bloodline," Alex said excitedly. "I'm already at the edge of becoming a legendary wizard. I think I can become a legendary wizard if I have more time. Alex, I think you should hurry up and increase your wizard rank. Legendary wizards are powerful, but your wizard rank is still too low," Hathaway suddenly reminded. "The power of your bloodline has a source. You can use it to increase your strength, but it's best not to rely on it too much." "I know, Sister Hathaway." Alex nodded. She used to be a dedicated wizard, and her wizard rank was not that high. After listening to Hathaway's advice, she decided to focus on becoming a wizard. "All right, you guys can think about it yourselves, but I'll support you in learning all kinds of knowledge about wizards. It'll be very beneficial for you guys." Su Lin said to them, "Although the knowledge of wizards is very boring and the spell models are a headache to look at, the benefits are beyond your imagination." "All right, I will." Alex slumped on the table like a deflated balloon. "There's one more thing I want to ask you guys." Su Lin put a cream biscuit in his mouth and swallowed it after a few chews. "What is it?" Hathaway asked strangely. "The Furious Dragon is ready to go. I'm planning to build a fleet to go to the Eastern Continent. Who wants to go with me?" Su Lin said, "The Eastern Continent? I want to take a look. I've only heard a lot about the Eastern Continent, and now I have a chance." Hathaway's eyes lit up when she heard Su Lin was planning to go to the Eastern Continent. She was very interested in the idea. Su Lin nodded, "Sure, we'll go together." He then looked at Alex and the others. "I'm not going. A lot of kids have reached the boundary of evolution. I can't leave." Alex shook his head regretfully. Ever since they started living in the eagle's nest, some of the harpies had evolved into winged people every year. The evolution of the eagle's nest bloodline had been constantly changing the harpies. Su Lin heard from Alex that the evolution of the harpies' bloodline had sped up after they suppressed their biological instincts. The winged people in northern town city had grown from 20 to 60. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the winged people would become a new race on the continent. Sulin was looking forward to this race. The air force in northern town city would be even more powerful. Chapter 571. In the Northern Wilderness. When Sulin returned here again, the summer was gradually coming to an end. The summer in the Northern Wilderness was not hot. Perhaps because it was close to the north, it was far less hot than the south. The wheat planted outside the city had turned yellow in a large area. It was a golden scene outside the city of North Town. Needless to say, it was another good harvest. Sulin went to the city hall first to check how the work was going. It was almost time for the serfs to gain the status of free people. It was a very important day for the city. More than 90% of the residents in the city were serfs. Last year, when the first batch of serfs reached the end of their service, they gained the status of commoners. They owned land and houses and became real owners of property. It was a great stimulation for the other serfs. Therefore, in the following year, those serfs burst out with amazing enthusiasm. It was also on that day that Sulin's promise was not an empty lie. In order to gain a better life, those serfs burst out with amazing enthusiasm. Amazing changes had taken place in the city in the past year. The most obvious change was the farmland. Last year, there were 500,000 mu of farmland outside the city. However, only 1 year later, there were 800,000 mu of farmland outside the city. That was an extra 300,000 mu of farmland. It took them 4 or 5 years to cultivate the first 500,000 mu of farmland. Although there was a lack of manpower in the beginning and a large amount of manpower was used to build the city, it was still an amazing achievement to cultivate 300,000 mu of farmland in just 1 year. Last year, about 1,000 serfs were granted civilian status. At that time, they were granted more than 6,000 acres of land and houses. This year, the number of serfs increased by more than 10,000. Moreover, because they worked hard, their labor points were much higher than the previous batch of serfs who were freed. According to the calculation of the officials in the city hall, each serf could exchange for 8 mu of land. Therefore, the city needed to provide at least 80,000 mu of land. Of course, this land was not cultivated. Some of it had been cultivated, and some of it had not yet been. This way, the land could be quickly increased. This time, Sulin took out 40,000 mu of cultivated land and another 40,000 mu of barren land for them. Your Majesty, this is the list of the freed serfs and the land they will be given. A rather beautiful and mature female official smiled at Sulin and handed a document to Sulin. These female officials were actually the family members of the nobles who had been exiled to northern town. There were a lot of nobles who had been exiled here. Most of them were lazy. It could be said that 70% of them were rice worms. Sulin would not feed them and directly throw them to the farm. As for those who were capable, they were sent to work in various places. Compared to the men, many of the noble women were doing much better. They quickly adapted to the rules of Northgard City. Most of the noble women were literate and had received a certain degree of education. These women were assigned to various positions in Northwind Principality, such as female officials, clerks, and archivists. So far, they were doing quite well. Most of the work has been completed. There's still a small part left to check. Sulin flipped through the list and asked, "Where are the farmlands that will be given to them?" "It's all here," the female official said as she took out a map. Sulin flipped through the map and found that all the farmlands around the northern town were marked, including the locations of all kinds of canals, water wheels, and wells. Sulin was checking to see if anyone was playing tricks on the land distribution this time. Sulin only said to distribute the land, but did not say whether it would be high-grade or low-grade farmlands. The difference was huge. If it was high-grade farmlands, not only would they have a higher yield after planting, but they would also have access to water nearby. The yield would be 2 to 3 times higher than the newly cultivated farmlands. The price of this kind of superior farmland was far higher than that of newly cultivated farmland. Who knew what kind of tricks those officials would play? Although these officials would go to prison every year for political training, there was no one who could be 100% sure about this kind of thing. In fact, this was a loophole that Su Lin purposely left. He was using this method to fish and see if any of the officials would take the bait. As expected, after checking for a while, Su Lin quickly found some high-grade farmlands that had been given out. He then compared them with the list. Su Lin easily found out who it was. After discovering the problem, Su Lin did not say anything. Instead, he directly notified the genie guards and asked them to continue the investigation. Looking at the genie guards who were a little panicked, Su Lin just threw the information to them. They naturally knew how to deal with it. If they could not even do this well, Su Lin would have to consider replacing them. After dealing with the matter, Su Lin left the city hall. Northern Town was developing a little fast. Many functions of the departments had not been perfected yet. This time, he was here to knock on the officials of Northern Town. Back in the inner city, Su Luan's followers lived in the entire inner city. There were also several factories in the northern city, where outsiders would be discovered as soon as they entered. When Su Luan arrived, a large number of workers were busy, and some people were giving orders. After walking in, what appeared in front of him was a square box. These were the goods that were going to be shipped to Deepwater City. Su Lin was going to open up a new route, so naturally he had to bring the goods. This time, he prepared various specialties of Northern Town: paper, sugar, some magic potions and magic items. There was also some wine, but not much. The main reason was the difference in diet between the East and the West. Su Lin did not know if rum and vodka were suitable for the Eastern continent. After a few years of development, Northern Town had started to sell military supplies in addition to producing these things. For example, war horses and weapons. With the centaurs, the war horses produced in Northern Town were very popular in the human kingdoms. The war horses produced here were some of the best in the entire Western continent. As for the weapons, the quality of Northern Town's weapons had skyrocketed after the dwarven blacksmiths were hired. Not only were they durable, but they were also sharp and tough. The price was not too high either. Some of the high-quality weapons were even enchanted. In this era, the weapons produced by the dwarves were equivalent to the high-end weapons produced by the big kingdoms in his previous life. As for the enchanted weapons, they were equivalent to the most advanced weapons, such as the Dongfeng Express and the F-22. The profits of the arms trade were very high. After all, how could the arms trade not make money? The countries in the south were very strict about the arms trade. Normal military weapons were restricted because of the rampant pirates. Many nobles were worried that the pirates would get their hands on weapons that were too good. As for the enchanted weapons, it was even more difficult. One or two of these weapons were fine, but Northern Town had no such restrictions. After all, these weapons were not used in the Northwind Principality or the Kingdom of Florence. Of course, Northern Town had strict restrictions on the sale of weapons locally. After all, Northern Town was located in the northern wasteland. There were too many goblins, orcs, and gnolls around. If these weapons fell into the hands of the goblins, it would be a threat to Northern Town. Su Lin nodded after checking the goods again. Since they had the furious dragon with them, they could carry more goods. Therefore, they had to prepare all kinds of supplies. Hathaway was also here. She was also preparing the goods for the trade. At the same time, she was also recording the things she wanted to buy. Many of them were unique to the Eastern continent. She was planning to buy them in bulk. It would be great if we had a magic airship. Airship? You have the technology? Su Lin raised his eyebrows. I'm missing some key information, Hathaway shrugged. The planet Su Lin and the others were on was huge. It was many times the size of Earth. The distance between the Eastern continent and the Western continent was relatively close, but the Western continent was very far away from the other continents. It would take almost a year for them to travel back and forth with ships. It was also difficult to travel in the endless ocean with ships alone. In the shallow seas, there were not many monsters. However, in the deep seas, there were countless sea monsters. Many of these sea monsters were as strong as dragons. If an ordinary ship encountered these sea monsters, the ship would be destroyed. Hence, Communication between these continents was usually done through magic airships or long-distance teleportation arrays. Long-distance teleportation circles could not transport large amounts of goods, so airships were the main trade tool between the continents. These magic airships were owned by a few large wizard organizations. They had completely monopolized the trade between the continents. They had made a lot of money by relying on these airships. Airships are not that difficult. You just need to cast a levitation spell or a space expansion spell. However, you still need to deal with the defensive rune circle and energy source, Hathaway explained. Another thing was the means of attack. Although airships could avoid the monsters in the ocean, they would sometimes encounter some monsters in the sky. Therefore, counterattacks were indispensable. Another thing was the energy source. An airship needed to consume a large amount of energy. Elemental pools could not be made on the airship. Therefore, it was crucial to make an energy source for the airship. In fact, airship technology first appeared in the early days of the Arcane Empire. It was phased out in the later days of the Arcane Empire. However, there were many gaps in the wizard civilization. Many of the skill trees lacked key points. It could not be helped. Although airship technology was phased out in the era of the Arcane Empire, the technology was still very good. It was cheap and cost-effective. Otherwise, the Arcane Empire would not have used it for so long. Chapter 572. Kingdom of Florence, City of San Filto. Phyllis was awakened by a ray of sunlight at dawn. She first opened her eyes, and then felt a sense of powerlessness coming from the corpse. The battle last night lasted until late at night. Even if she had awakened the dragon bloodline, she still could not bear it. The power of the plasma cannon was too strong. Fighting alone, she quickly threw away her armor and completely gave up resistance. Su Lin seemed to feel something and woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Phyllis's flawless jade-like body seem to be glowing under the morning light. She looked lazy and sleepy, and there was still a touch of last night's lust between her eyebrows. After a night of release, Su Lin stood up straight. However, considering Phyllis's ability to bear it, Su Lin could only let her go for now. The velvet bed was very soft. Su Lin stretched and got up from the bed. The maids outside the door seemed to have heard the movement inside. Soon, two pretty maids came in with clothes. After seeing Sullen's body, the two pretty faces blushed, but they still helped Su Lin put on his clothes respectfully. The temperature in the room was suitable. Hathaway had set up a large rune circle around the entire palace. Not only could it protect the palace, but it could also adjust the temperature of the palace area. Su Lin stretched, then yawned, and let the maids behind him put on his clothes one by one. The queen needs to continue to rest. You will guard the door later. Don't let anyone disturb her. By the way, remember to prepare breakfast for her. After a simple wash, Su Lin ordered the two maids beside him. After giving the order, Su Lin went to the dining room to have a simple breakfast. As the king of the Kingdom of Florence, he rarely lived in this kingdom. Although the Kingdom of Florence had been purged several times by Su Lin, and a large number of nobles had been eliminated, there were still many rotten rules here, and there was a lot of resistance to reform. After all, these nobles had been living on this land for thousands of years. It was unrealistic to get rid of them all. Besides, there were gods in this world. If these nobles were forced into a corner and turned to the temple, Sullen's efforts would be in vain. After thousands of years of struggle, the human nobles finally reached a relative tacit understanding with the temple. That was, the temple would not interfere in the internal affairs of the country. In their words, the king belonged to the king, and the gods belonged to the gods. The king represented secular rights, while the gods retained the right to worship. However, if someone really wanted to uproot their roots, these nobles would not just sit there and do nothing. They would definitely go to the temple, and the temple would have an excuse to intervene in their internal affairs. At that time, there would be a lot of trouble. Su Lin didn't have the power to suppress the shrine, but the shrine couldn't deal with Su Lin either. In the end, they could only compromise, so Su Lin didn't care much about the Kingdom of Florence. He only made requirements for the slums, the dark side of the city, and the appearance of the city. He also restricted the officials in power and at the same time reformed the tax collection. The interests of the nobles were also affected. After a series of attacks and exiles by Su Len, the nobles who refused to comply were already dead. The rest of the nobles could only hold their noses and accept it. Of course, this was also because these losses were within the acceptable range of those nobles. In the palace, Su Len was wearing a hunting suit and was about to go for a walk in the city. At this time, he suddenly saw the captain of the guards rushing over. Su Len frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" The captain bowed slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, a group of refugees just arrived outside the city." The city hall asked if they should be stopped outside the city. Refugees? Su Len was a little surprised. It was almost the autumn harvest. Why would there be refugees at this time? Ask the city hall to send people to settle all the refugees outside the city. Although he didn't know the specific situation of these refugees, Su Len quickly issued an order, deal with them according to the refugee resettlement regulations. The captain said respectfully, then bowed and took 2 steps back to prepare to leave. "Wait, go and find out where these refugees came from," Su Len suddenly said. "Yes, Your Majesty." The captain turned and left. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then, a burly man with a scar on his face walked in. He obviously had the blood of a barbarian. He was wearing a fine iron armor and didn't carry any weapons. When he saw Su Len, he immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, you were looking for me?" "A group of refugees outside the city. Bring some people to maintain order. Let the refugees clean themselves and receive food according to the rules. Remember to kill anyone who dares to cause trouble and rob the food," Su Len said without raising his head. "Yes, Your Majesty." The burly man bowed slightly, then turned and left. There was an effective way to deal with refugees in the northern city. First, the refugees would be isolated, disinfected, and cleaned. Then they would be given food. When the food was distributed, all kinds of information about the refugees would be recorded and organized into a book. Then the refugees would be allocated houses according to the book. Su Len wouldn't directly take care of these refugees. The most common way was to provide them with relief. This way, not only could the refugees find something to do, but they could also be used to build some infrastructure. When the refugees left, they would also be paid. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At noon, the captain of the guards hurried over to report that the refugees had been settled. "Your Majesty, everything is settled? Where did these refugees come from?" Su Len asked directly. "I've asked clearly. They came from the city of Alatia in the north. Their city was attacked by a giant dragon. The dragon stole the treasures in the city and left. However, a group of barbarians from the north came and attacked the city. Because the city had just been attacked by the giant dragon, the barbarians easily took over the city." "Barbarians from the north?" Su Len immediately turned around and frowned slightly. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. "The barbarians from the north actually dared to attack my city. What are the surrounding nobles doing?" Su Len didn't strip the nobles of their military power at the northern border. These nobles who were responsible for the invasion of the north had a strong military force. The barbarians who didn't even have metal weapons were no match for them. Even if Alatia City was attacked, the nobles could still easily drive the barbarians out with their strength. Now that there were so many refugees in San Filto City, it was obvious that the nobles didn't do their best. Su Len naturally knew the reason for this situation. It was obvious that the nobles were unhappy that Sullen's reforms had damaged their interests. "Order the First Legion to head out and kill the northern barbarians as soon as possible. We'll reclaim Watya City. Oh, and bring the surrounding nobles' armies along as well. Teach them a lesson," Su Len said coldly. "Yes, sir." The barbarians of the northern region were a general term that included the barbarians, the Vrykol, and other races. Because of the harsh environment and cold climate, these barbarians were usually tall and hairy. Many of them had the bloodline of the frost giants. Most of these barbarians had brain cramps. If a normal human's IQ was 12 points, then their IQ was at most 10 points. They were also stubborn and could be compared to dwarves. Because they were often cheated by southern merchants in their transactions, they were very unfriendly to the surrounding countries. Although these people were reckless, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Sulen didn't care about the barbarians who attacked Velatia city. He was more interested in the dragon that dared to rob the city. A dragon that was active in the north and took the initiative to rob the city. This was most likely done by the white dragon of the Pentashade. Sulen estimated that a white dragon that could easily take down a city was at least in its prime. It might even be an old white dragon. Just because white dragons were the weakest of the Pentashade didn't mean that they were easy to deal with. In fact, white dragons were weak only relative to other Pentashade dragons. They were also very powerful to humans. White dragons that had entered adulthood were already legendary creatures. White dragons of this age were not as brainless as the previous white dragons. If it was an old white dragon, it would be even stronger. Its frost dragon breath could instantly freeze a person into an ice sculpture and then shatter them into ice shards with a gentle tap. Dragons were born with dragon's aura. Human wave tactics were ineffective against them. Many people couldn't even stand under the dragon's aura. At the same time, they had tough dragon skin and dragon scales. Ordinary weapons couldn't even break through their skin. Many people used to think that white dragons were the weakest of the Pentashade dragons and looked down on them. When they really fought, they realized that even the weakest of the Pentashade dragons was still very dangerous. In addition, the white dragon's innate ability to cast spells was not friendly to adventurers at all. 99% of the adventurers who wanted to make a name for themselves by slaying dragons were killed by the dragons like bugs. Their weapons and armor also became the collection of the dragons. Sulen was very interested in dragons. Slaying dragons not only had extraordinary significance and fame, but also represented amazing returns. Moreover, this was a white dragon that had just robbed an entire city. Other than the white dragon's treasure, the most important thing was the white dragon's body materials. From its blood, dragon meat, dragon scales, dragon horns, claws, dragon skin, and even dragon crystals, these were all precious magic materials. It was not impossible to create 1 or 2 legendary magic items from a dragon's body. There were many Euron species in the northern wastelands, but there weren't many pureblood dragons. White dragons were also rare. They were mainly distributed in the depths of the glacial mountains and the cold islands overseas. This time, the white dragon attacked the city of Velatia. Based on the dragon's habits, it was very likely that its nest was near the city. Dragons rarely strayed far from their nests. This white dragon had most likely just moved its nest here. Chapter 573. A white dragon that had migrated to the northern wastelands. This was good news for Sulen. If the dragon had lived in the depths of the glaciers, Sulen would have had a hard time finding it. However, if the dragon had come to the northern wastelands, it would be much easier to slay it. The problem now was that the northern wastelands was so vast with so many mountain ranges. Where could the dragon's lair be? A white dragon's hunting range was very wide. Usually, a giant dragon's hunting range would be centered around its lair. It would not be easy to find the dragon's lair in such a large area. Sulen tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. He was thinking as he listened to the guard's explanation. Do any of the refugees know where the dragon's lair is? Sulen asked. According to the news from the refugees, the dragon is flying northeast. I think its nest should be in the northeast. The guard captain said respectfully. Northeast. Sulen closed his eyes for a moment. He opened the system map and found the location of Velatia city. He then began to look for a suitable location for the dragon's lair on the strategic map. There were many mountain ranges to the north of Velatia city. The Granwell mountain range was to the northeast. This mountain range was not big and was part of the Sierra de Lotus. The Ganders mountain range was to the northwest of Velatia city. There was also the Helbo mountain range further north. If the white dragon had really flown northeast, then the Granwell mountain range was the most likely place to be the dragon's lair. Of course, it could also be the Helbo mountain range. These northern mountain ranges were basically covered in ice and snow. Normal people would not be able to get close to them at all. It would not be easy to find the exact location of the dragon's lair. The next day, the First Legion of San Filto City had finished its preparations and was ready to set off at any time. After bidding farewell to Phyllis, Su Lin led the army out of San Filto City and rushed towards Watia City. Velatia City was about 700 kilometers away from San Filto City. They would have to pass by several cities along the way, so the First Legion did not need to prepare too much food. They only needed to bring some food for the journey and buy the rest from the cities. When they arrived at these cities, Su Lin could clearly see the temporary residences outside the cities. These temporary residences were filled with refugees. Not all of the refugees from Watia City had rushed to the capital. Many of them were scattered to other cities, and only a portion of them made it to the capital. It had been at least a week since the fall of Velatia, but Su Lin had only just received the news. Su Lin knew very well that there was something fishy going on. It was nothing more than the work of the nobles. Su Lin had secretly made up his mind to increase the scale of the brocade guard when he returned. Before this, Su Lin had always let the embroidered uniform guards develop in the southern provinces. At that time, the northern provinces did not have much resistance to Su Lin, so they did not pay much attention to the northern provinces. Many northern cities did not have embroidered uniform guards. Now, it seemed that they had been too lenient on them. The embroidered uniform guards and Eagle's Nest had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible to monitor all the provinces in the north. It took 10 days for the army to travel from San Filto to Watia City. Nothing happened along the way. Finally, on the 10th day, Sulin's army arrived at Watia City. However, unlike what he had expected, the northern barbarians had already abandoned the city and left. At that moment, Watia City looked like a ghost town. Broken walls were everywhere in the city, and one of the city gates had collapsed. The city was in a mess, as if it had been raided by the Japanese. The city gates had been torn down, and there were a few stray dogs running around in the city. If it had not been for the words of Watia City on the city walls, Su Lin would have thought that he had arrived at the ruins. Seeing the situation, Su Lin immediately gave the order to set up camp, and then sent people to search the city. At the same time, he began to gather the refugees. At its peak, Watia City had a permanent population of more than 50,000 people, and was one of the largest cities in the north. The city belonged to the royal family, and was not infested by the nobles. Therefore, Su Lin had to spend a lot of money to repair the city after it was destroyed. With the arrival of the army, Watia City began to recover. Coincidentally, Su Lin was not satisfied with the city's planning and began to make changes. While repairing the city, he sent people to gather the refugees. After Watia City fell, some people did not escape, but hid in the wilderness. Now that the king's army had arrived, these people began to return. Su Lin also began to ask the refugees about the dragon and where the northern barbarians had retreated. Su Lin was not the kind of person who would take a beating without retaliating. He would not let the northern barbarians who had broken into his city and pillaged it. Many scouts were sent out to search. In the next few days, Su Lin received a lot of information. Because the northern barbarians had taken a lot of resources with them when they retreated, they left behind a lot of traces. The scouts were able to find them easily by following the traces. The northern barbarians had brought a lot of spoils back to Gander's Mountains in the northwest. What surprised Su Lin even more was that the scouts had found traces of the white dragon while they were hiding. What did you say? The white dragon's lair is in Gander's Mountains? Su Lin looked at the scout in front of him in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. When I was following the northern barbarians, I found the white dragon. The white dragon was hunting when it was discovered. After it was done, it brought its prey back to Gander's Mountains. Sulin's expression darkened. What a cunning dragon, he cursed in his mind. There wasn't much information from the refugees. Almost all of them said that the white dragon was heading towards the northeast. However, the truth was that the white dragon's lair was in another direction. The white dragon had purposely flown northeast to mislead the others so that they would not be able to find the dragon's lair. After figuring out the situation, Su Lun left the city of Valencia and headed for the Ganders Mountains. This time, he was looking for the white dragon's whereabouts and killing it. With the help of the strategic map, Su Lun had a clear view of his surroundings. He planned to find the white dragon's exact location first before killing it. There were a dozen mountains around Ganders Mountains. There could be a white dragon on any one of them. The mountains were not very big. Some were steep, while others were as low as mounds. However, there were a few mountains that were very tall. Su Lun also noticed that the environment was a little strange. There was a mountain in the south that was actually a volcano. When Su Lun went to check it out, he found that it was a dormant volcano that was far from erupting. Volcanoes were very attractive to dragons. However, only red dragons like to build their lair in volcanoes. White dragons did not like this kind of environment. Su Lun did not understand why a white dragon would build its lair in such a place. Su Lun slowly approached the place. There was another mountain near the volcano. Su Lun finally found some clues on the mountain. As soon as he arrived at the mountain, Su Lun realized that something was wrong. The reason was simple. There were very few animals here. The entire mountain was very quiet. There were not many birds in the dense forest. Under normal circumstances, there should be many animals living here. Then, birds would like to build their nests here. But now, it seemed that there was nothing here. Animals were far more sensitive to auras and danger than humans. Since there were so few animals here, it could only mean one thing. There should be a terrifying creature nearby, most likely a dragon. The dragon's natural aura would drive away the animals around it. Any creature that got close to it would have to go through a test of will to not be affected. Otherwise, they would be shrouded in fear and shock. The dragon's aura would drive away other creatures near the dragon's lair. Other creatures would not dare to get close unless they were enslaved servants. There did not seem to be any animals or birds here. It was probably because the dragons flew by from time to time, scaring the animals away. At the same time, he also found the tribe of the northern barbarians. Su Lun did not expect that the barbarians lived here too. After getting the information, Su Lun did not rush to attack. Instead, he brought a part of his army. There were many people in the tribe. Since they dared to attack the city of Valencia, they naturally had to pay the price. Su Lun did not let the army attack when they arrived at the outskirts of the tribe. This place was not far from the dragon's lair. If a battle broke out, the white dragon would be easily alerted. If the white dragon ran away, it would be difficult to catch it. Su Lun let the army lie in ambush, then prepared to go around the tribe and continue up the mountain. He planned to deal with the white dragon first. After he dealt with the dragon, the army hidden below could then attack. Just as Su Lun was about to go around the tribe, he suddenly realized that the barbarians were worshipping the white dragon. Many of the barbarians had signs of dragonization. Su Lun even found a few dragon descendants. The dragon must have used its power to turn the barbarians into dragon descendants. The dragon could bestow power to its followers. Generally speaking, the more dragon descendants there were, the more powerful the dragon would be. Su Lun observed carefully just now. There were 3 small groups of dragon descendants in the camp. There were some that Su Lun did not see, but there were probably more of them. With so many dragon descendants, this white dragon might have broken through its prime and entered old age. An old white dragon. Needless to say, it was very powerful. Moreover, an old white dragon's intelligence was not inferior to that of other dragons. Su Lun needed a perfect plan before he could act. Chapter 574. Su Lun hid in the bushes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Su Lun had already sentenced the barbarian tribe to death in his heart. They would definitely be punished for daring to attack his city. But before that, he needed to seal off the area. He looked up at the top of the mountain, which was covered in snow. That was the white dragon's lair. He couldn't alarm the white dragon when dealing with these barbarians. A faint magic power came from Su Lun, but the barbarians in the camp didn't notice it at all. They were still busy with their own tasks. A few barbarian warriors were wrestling in the open space, while the dragonkin warriors sat beside them and ate meat. Because they had conquered Valatia City, the barbarians' harvest was beyond imagination. Originally, most of the barbarians used bone and stone weapons. Now, they had all changed to metal weapons. Some of the barbarian warriors even wore full-body armor. No one knew which unlucky knight had left it behind, but it was obviously a size too small for the barbarian warrior. But he didn't care and walked through the crowd with his head held high. It was difficult to cast a spell to cover the entire camp, and it was even more difficult to cast it in order to prevent the white dragon from discovering the magic waves. In order to suppress the magic waves, Su Lin lengthened the casting time by several times. Finally, a dim and weak light flashed, and the spell was finally released. Silent Domain. Maximum spell plus silent spell cast. A transparent barrier descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire campsite. The original clamor disappeared in an instant, and the foot of the mountain became silent in an instant. After observing for a while, Su Lin sighed in relief when he saw that there was no movement in the white dragon's lair. He then waved at the soldiers behind him, and the soldiers who were already prepared immediately began to attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The archers of the sound shooting battalion instantly burst forth with astonishing speed. Only 30 archers of the sound shooting battalion activated rapid shooting and directly shot out a wave of arrows. The unprepared barbarians of the northern region were instantly turned into porcupines by the rain of arrows. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After being attacked, the barbarians of the northern region reacted very quickly. As a tribe that lived in the wilderness, if they didn't react quickly enough, they wouldn't have the right to survive. A dozen barbarian warriors formed an arrowhead and charged forward. These top-level axe-wielding barbarian warriors roared and activated Berserk, then charged forward with their axes. Whirlwind slash, charge, chop, whirlwind slash, charge, chop. Although the moves were simple and crude, corpses were everywhere they passed. The axes of the barbarians' axes broke bones and tore tendons. Although the northern barbarians were strong, they were no better than little chicks when facing this group of berserkers. With a flash of lightning, the storm halberd appeared in Su Luan's hand. Then, with a flash of lightning, the two barbarian warriors who had just rushed up were instantly turned into charcoal. Chop! Sullen storm war halberd swept across. The blade of the halberd shone with a cold light and pierced through the scales of another dragon barbarian. Blood splattered everywhere. A hideous wound appeared on the dragon barbarian's chest. The sharp blade of the halberd had cut through the dragon barbarian's ribs. The white bone stubble made one's scalp tingle. The colorful internal organs were steaming and falling out. Battle cries rang out everywhere. Facing the well-prepared army of Florence, the barbarians of the northern region were forced to retreat. Although the battle had been developing in their favor, Sullen's army had also suffered a lot of losses. The barbarians of the northern region had obtained a large amount of resources and various weapons after conquering Valatia City. They were 10 times stronger than the broken weapons they originally had. The steel weapons were naturally lethal. Fortunately, Su Lin had brought elite troops this time. Although the 1st Legion of Sanfelto City had recruited a lot of new soldiers, the main force of the army was Sullen's men from the northern city. They were powerful and were the backbone of the army. Get out of the way! At this time, a scorching hot fireball instantly smashed towards the charging crowd. The orange-red flame carried a scorching hot aura as it flew over. At this time, a tall figure instantly jumped up and swept the giant axe in his hand. A chi blade swept out from the axe blade and instantly split the basketball-sized fireball into 2 halves. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball exploded. It was as if a ball of red-hot molten iron had exploded. Golden red scorching flames flew all over the sky. The tall figure was blown far away. The giant axe in his hand was blown to pieces, and the iron armor on his body was scorched red by the flames. Fortunately, the quality of the armor was good, and it was not damaged by the explosion. Otherwise, this would have been enough to take his life. Su Lin casually sent a green aura into the barbarian's body. The barbarian's injuries from the explosion began to heal quickly. After the fireball was blown up by the axe, the flames splashed everywhere. The most unlucky ones were the barbarians who lacked armor. Sullen's troops were all wearing armor. Although the flames splashed by the fireball were hot, the armor didn't affect them too much. However, the barbarians were not so lucky. A rain of fire splashed out, and the dirty furs on their bodies quickly burned. These barbarians in the northern wasteland didn't know how to make leather. Moreover, most of the leather on their bodies was covered in oil. When the sparks landed on them, a raging fire immediately rose. Before those barbarians could react, the fire had spread to their bodies. Many of them directly turned into human-shaped fireballs. The morale of the northern barbarians, who had been defeated, was even lower. Soren's hand flashed, and a lightning spear appeared in an instant. With a flash of lightning, it flew out in an instant. Lightning spear! The dragon sorcerer, who had just released the fireball, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The next second, boundless darkness shrouded him. After killing the dragon sorcerer, the resistance of the northern barbarians began to weaken. Many of them had begun to sneak away, but Su Len, who had already surrounded the whole camp, would not let any enemy go. The barbarians who had fallen into a desperate situation fought madly with bloodshot eyes. They wanted to rush out a path of survival, but it was destined to be futile. The archers who had been guarding the perimeter had long stopped the rain of arrows and started to target the barbarians. These archers were all godly archers. They directly sniped the barbarians who resisted fiercely. With the continuous killing, the resistance of the northern barbarians became weaker and weaker. This tribe of 2,000 people had completely lost the ability to resist. The whole camp was full of barbarians' corpses. About half an hour later, the cries in the camp gradually disappeared. All the rebels were killed, and the rest were captured. It could be said that this battle was a total victory. Your Majesty, all the northern barbarians are here. In addition to those who were killed, there are more than 1,300 people captured. Among them, 230 were seriously injured, and the rest were lightly injured or uninjured. None of them escaped. In this battle, our army lost 37 people, 120 were seriously injured, and no light injuries were taken into account. It was a total victory, a servant said respectfully. Clean up the battlefield and escort the captives back to the city of Vadia. Kill those who are seriously injured, Su Len said coldly. It was as if the more than 200 seriously injured people were just some cold numbers. Take care of the injured brothers properly. Bring the seriously injured here for medical treatment. Soon, all the seriously injured were sent to Sullen's tent. To Su Len, as long as they were not dead, even if they had lost an arm or a leg, he could just put the arm back and use the living healing spell to save them. More than 100 seriously injured people were quickly treated. Su Len could not bear to see these people die or become disabled and retire. These seriously injured people were all excellent soldiers, much stronger than the newly recruited ones. Sullen's healing spell allowed his army to grow rapidly. Every veteran who had been on the battlefield and had rich experience in killing were very precious. As long as these veterans were there, they could quickly build up an army. Bring some of the surrendered barbarians here. I have something to ask them. Su Len said after casting the spell. Yes. The guard at the side hurriedly left. Soon, a few surrendered barbarians were brought over. Kneel. The guards behind him lifted their legs and kicked the barbarians' knees, pressing them to the ground. What is your position in the tribe? Su Len looked at the barbarians in front of him. The barbarians looked at each other and said, I am the tribe's priest. You should know about that dragon, right? Su Len asked directly. Where did it come from? How long has it been here? Why did it attack Vadia City? How strong is it? What are its hobbies? Su Len stared at the barbarian priest. Are you planning to attack the dragon god? I won't tell you. Don't think you can get any information about the dragon god from me. Hearing Sullen's words, the barbarian priest's expression changed and he shouted. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Su Len shook his head slightly. You think I can't do anything if you don't tell me? Naive. You don't understand the power of magic. Su Len sneered. The barbarian priest's expression changed. He struggled and tried to hit the sharp blade next to him, But he was too late. Dominate human. A ray of light flashed from Sullen's body. In the next second, the barbarian priest who was struggling stiffened. Then his gaze became dull. So what if you resisted? You still have to tell me, right? Su Lin sneered. Then he began to ask the barbarian priest questions. After that, Su Lin casually summoned a ray of light and controlled another barbarian to ask the same questions. Chapter 575. After some questioning, Su Lin had a clearer understanding of the giant dragon. His guess was right. It was indeed an elderly white dragon. According to the barbarians, this elderly white dragon had come here from the north 2 years ago. After arriving, it immediately conquered a few surrounding tribes and united them into a tribe of about 2,000 people. After converting a group of dragon descendants, it went into a deep slumber. It was only a year ago that the white dragon woke up and began to move around. The white dragon had attacked the city of Valatia because it wanted more wealth. After observing for a long time, it made its move. As expected, the city of Valatia was conquered by the white dragon, and all the wealth in the city was plundered. His followers, on the other hand, obtained a large amount of weapons and resources. After understanding the situation of this white dragon, Su Lin began to prepare to slay it. This white dragon was not considered strong among the giant dragons. Its followers had been wiped out by Su Lin, and now only the dragon itself was left. According to various records, many giant dragons would enslave large numbers of servants and followers. The most successful example was the Red Dragon Queen in the south. Giant dragons could enslave most monsters as their servants, including all your own species and even those weaker than them. Therefore, most of the time, when facing a giant dragon, it was not just a single dragon, but an entire army. Take the Red Dragon Queen, for example. She had several red dragons under her command, as well as numerous dragon descendants. She relied on her powerful strength to suppress the southern countries and make them tremble in fear. Every year, they had to pay her taxes. Even the churches of the gods were not willing to provoke her. Many people thought that they could slay a dragon after reading some so-called strategy guides, but these people were usually killed by the dragon servants at the first checkpoint. As for the bard's stories of knights slaying dragons with the help of a group of companions, they were basically just rumors. If one wanted to slay a dragon, the first thing one had to face was its army of monsters. Dragons would not be stupid enough to fight one-on-one with you. They would use all their advantages to fight. For example, if a warrior were to fight a dragon, he would be in a passive state. The dragon could fly, but the warrior couldn't fly. Arrows couldn't reach the dragon either. Only when the dragon swooped down would the warrior have the opportunity to attack. However, this opportunity often represented a great risk. If the warrior wasn't careful, he would die on the spot. Moreover, compared to hand-to-hand combat, giant dragons preferred to use their dragon breath to destroy their enemies. For the winged dragons, they had complete strategic initiative. They could fight and leave as they pleased. When the dragons sensed danger, they would also flee. Therefore, when a warrior or knight fought a dragon, the first thing they should do was to make it unable to fly. If they couldn't do that, then they should retreat as soon as possible. Most melee classes were at a disadvantage in the air. There was no combat aura in this world that could allow warriors or sword saints to fight in the air, unless they raised their strength to advanced legendary and mastered the domain. All of you stay here. I'll go up alone, Su Lin said. Your Majesty, let us go together. Isn't it just a dragon? We have a dragon-slaying weapon to deal with it, a barbarian warrior said while waving a dragon-slaying spear. This dragon-slaying spear was specially used to deal with giant creatures. The body of the spear was tough and sharp. There were barbs on the spearhead, and there was a blood groove on the side. When the spear stabbed down, the hook would latch onto the muscles and fascia. Once it was forcefully torn, it would cause an even more terrible wound. The blood groove on the spearhead would quickly drain the blood of the prey. Su Lin thought for a moment, then said, "Those whose strength is below Tier 3 don't need to go. Those whose strength is above Tier 3 take the javelins. Remember, when facing a dragon, don't stand in a group. Spread out and pay attention to dodge. Don't fight the dragon head-on. You won't be able to win. It can tear you apart with a casual attack. Su Len picked up a javelin and held it in his hand. He continued, use these javelins to shoot. Don't think about attacking other places. Aim at its dragon wings. As long as it dives down, use the javelins to attack its dragon wings. Dragons had a layer of tough dragon scales, and under the dragon scales was a layer of dragon skin. Its defense was very strong. However, the only part of its body that did not have dragon scales was its wings. Of course, it was said that there were no dragon scales. In fact, it was a layer of very small scales. Its defense was far lower than other parts of its body. Of course, not all dragons relied on their wings to fly. They relied on a kind of spell-like ability. Many pure-blooded dragons' wings were only for auxiliary purposes. Even if their wings were injured, it would still not affect their ability to fly. However, the white dragon Su Len was preparing to deal with now was not one of them. Once the white dragon's wings were injured, it would definitely be unable to fly. At that time, the difficulty of killing the white dragon would be reduced by half. In fact, Su Len also had other ways to deal with the white dragon. For example, he had the Hydra's venom in his hands. Although the dragon's poison resistance was very amazing, the Hydra's venom was not ordinary. Even a dragon would not be able to withstand it. However, in this way, the blood in the white dragon's body would be contaminated and basically lose its value. Even the dragon's flesh and other parts of the dragon would be seriously affected. It could be said that even if the dragon was successfully killed, only the dragon scales and dragon skin would be of some use. To Su Len, this was basically a waste of 90% of the dragon's materials. The Hydra's venom was not that easy to remove. Su Len led the two teams of warriors and carefully climbed to the top of the mountain. The higher they went, the lower the temperature. Although part of it was due to the climate and environment, the more important part was the radiation of the dragon's body. Soon, the ground under their feet began to be covered with snow. The mountain peak became steep and slippery. A thick layer of ice covered the top of the mountain. This was not naturally formed. It was the effect of the white dragon's breath. The white dragon was born with the ability to walk on ice. It could walk on ice as if it was flat ground. On such a steep and slippery ice layer, if one was not careful, one would slip and fall. One should know that this was the top of the mountain. If one were to slide down from here, even the barbarian's physique would not be able to withstand it. You guys can stay here. Su Len looked around and said. The space at the top of the mountain was narrow and there was almost no shelter. There was also a layer of ice covering the mountain. It was very unfriendly to others. Find a place to hide. If you have the chance, use the javelins to attack the white dragon's wings. At the same time, remember to protect yourselves. Su Len finished speaking and walked directly to the top of the mountain. Greater invisibility. A light flashed and Su Len's figure completely disappeared. Erase traces. Another light flashed and even Su Len's footprints and smell disappeared. After hiding, Su Len began to approach the white dragon's nest. The white dragon's nest was very steep and covered with a layer of ice. The entire mountain wall was very smooth. The cold wind whistled at the top of the mountain. It would be a problem for ordinary people to even stand, but for Su Len, it was not difficult at all. With a walk on the ice, Su Len walked on the ice as if it were flat ground. At the top of the mountain was an open platform that was smooth and flat. Dragons usually took off and landed on this platform. Because of their weight, dragons preferred to fly from high places. It was difficult for them to take off from flat ground. As soon as Su Len arrived, he felt something strange. An invisible pressure enveloped him. This pressure made his heart beat faster and made him nervous. The hair on his body stood on end, giving him a creepy feeling. Su Len had experienced this feeling before. That was when he was in the fire elemental plane and the red dragon onyx via. Draconic aura. A word popped up in Su Len's mind. The draconic aura disappeared as quickly as it came. After a breath, this draconic aura had no effect on Su Len at all. This white dragon's draconic aura was not very strong. At best, it was similar to Onyxvius. Onyxvia had just entered adulthood. Although it was 2 years younger than this white dragon, as the strongest red dragon among the pentashade dragons, its draconic aura was far stronger than that of a white dragon. The most troublesome thing about killing a dragon was its draconic aura. This was a natural ability that existed from birth. As time passed, the draconic aura would become stronger and stronger. Draconic aura was very important to a dragon. They could easily enslave a large number of monsters with their draconic aura. At the same time, when facing a large number of enemies, it could intimidate the enemies. Those creatures with weaker minds and weak wills would not even have the courage to attack. Ordinary people could not withstand draconic aura at all. Even professionals would have to go through a test of will. More than 80% of professionals would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, there was no need to think about using human wave tactics to deal with a dragon. In fact, the more powerful and high-end the battle, the higher the requirement for will. In a battle of this level, there would often be a need for a test of will. Many of the wizard's control spells also required a test of will. Once the test failed, the target would be controlled by the spell. The more powerful the monster or demon, the more likely it was to have this kind of control spell. For example, the succubus queen in the bottomless abyss. Her seduction spell could not be resisted even by high-grade legendary figures. Once the target failed the test, they would be controlled by the succubus queen. When he came to the platform, Su Lin quickly found the white dragon's nest. Before he got close to the nest, the dragon's nest was not deep. Su Lin saw the target at a glance. It was a huge white dragon. This white dragon was at least 30 meters long. Its scales were smooth and had a layer of mirror-like silver white. It had sharp claws, sharp bone spurs, and a small mountain of gold treasures under its body. It was very similar to a powerful dragon. The wealth possessed by a dragon also represented the dragon's strength. Chapter 576. A cold wind blew, and a few snowflakes drifted down. It was snowing lightly in the sky. The white dragon in the center of the dragon's nest was still sleeping. Long and drawn-out breathing sounds could be heard. As the white dragon breathed, countless small pieces of ice flew out of the dragon's mouth and nose. Su Lin moved slowly and lowered his footsteps as he approached the sleeping white dragon. Although the white dragon was sleeping, as long as Su Lin made the slightest noise, it would immediately wake up. Under normal circumstances, the white dragon's nest was guarded by its kin, but this white dragon was very lucky. Its kin had all been killed at the foot of the mountain, so there were no guards around the nest at all. Su Lin carefully moved forward, carefully observing the surrounding ground. Sure enough, he found a few hidden magic traps near the nest. Fortunately, the white dragon's magic ability was average, so these magic traps were not difficult enough. Su Lin spent some time and successfully removed the magic traps. Su Lin carefully followed the small path and continued to move deeper into the nest. He was less than 30 meters away from the white dragon. At this distance, he could clearly see the white dragon. It was more than 30 meters in size, with white scales and sharp claws. Below the white dragon's body, there was a dazzling light. That was the white dragon's treasure. In addition to gold and silver, there were many magic gems here. In addition, it had just ransacked a city. The number of treasures in front of him was astonishing. Su Lin did not continue to approach. He was not a professional thief, and he was not confident that he could continue to approach without waking the white dragon. However, this distance was enough. If he wanted to, he could close the distance in the blink of an eye. Su Lin's figure immediately pounced on the white dragon. The moment he moved, the white dragon seemed to sense something. Its body moved slightly, and in an instant, it opened its huge eyes. Roar! The white dragon's painful roar instantly resounded in the dragon's nest. Su Lin only felt his ears rumbling. The storm war halberd with infinite lightning instantly slashed on the white dragon's wing bone. A sound of fine iron colliding rang out, and the hard dragon bone was directly broken. The dragon, who had just woken up, immediately felt the excruciating pain. It immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at Su Lin. A bone-piercing chill spread out. Sullen's body stiffened, and the ice dragon breath gushed out. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, and Sullen's figure disappeared. The extremely cold ice dragon breath instantly enveloped the place where he had been. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Although the white dragon's breath was the weakest of the chromatic dragons, and its damage was only half of that of the red dragons, the slightest contact with it would cause one's body to stiffen, which was very unfavorable for melee professions. Sullen's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. He waved his hand and a lightning spear appeared in his hand. He then threw it at the giant dragon and ran out of the dragon's nest without looking back. Rumble! Muffled thunder came from the dragon's nest. Despicable ambusher, how dare you ambush the great king of the north? I will freeze you into an ice sculpture and smash you into powder. The giant dragon roared angrily, followed by the sound of flapping wings. In the next second, the white dragon's huge body rushed out of the dragon's nest. The dragon race's agility was not high. Adult giant dragons could be said to be clumsy on the ground, but their speed was not slow. The white dragon rushed out of the dragon's nest and swooped down. It spread its huge dragon wings and flew up in an instant. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath, wanting to freeze Su Lin into an ice sculpture. The white dragon breath flashed with countless ice crystals in an instant. Sullen's body flashed again, and the moment before the dragon breath arrived, he disappeared and reappeared above the white dragon. War roar! The huge roar resounded through the sky, and a powerful sound wave spread out from Sullen's body. The terrifying sound wave spread out like a wave, accompanied by an intense energy fluctuation. With Su Lin as the center, the sound wave spread out rapidly within a 500-meter radius. The hard ice on the mountain top was directly shattered by the loud sound. The white dragon felt as if its head was hit by a hammer. A wave of dizziness came over it, and its huge body began to fall. At the same time, the soldiers who were already prepared appeared. The valiant soldiers who were already prepared wore earmuffs and were a little far away. In addition, their physical fitness was good. Although they were also affected by the war roar, they did not feel dizzy. Bush, bush, bush. Just as the white dragon was falling, the soldiers threw out heavy javelins. The gleaming javelins cut through the air and instantly hit the white dragon's body. Some of the javelins hit the dragon's scales, but most of them were bounced away. Only a small number of javelins barely broke through the dragon's scales, but some of them hit the dragon's wings. The defense of the dragon's wings was not as strong as the other parts of the dragon. Many javelins directly penetrated the dragon's wings, and then the barbs pierced the muscles and fascia and hung on the dragon's wings. After the white dragon was attacked, it immediately woke up from the dizziness. It endured the pain and struggled to fly up. However, how could Su Lin let go of this opportunity? Thunder slash! Dazzling lightning burst out from the storm halberd, and then slashed at the white dragon's wings again. The halberd cut through the air, and a sharp whistling sound was heard. The storm halberd once again hit the white dragon's wing bone. The white dragon roared in anger and pain. Su Lin jumped and flipped onto the white dragon's back in an instant. He exerted force with his feet. Su Lin ran quickly on the white dragon's back. At this moment, the white dragon noticed Su Lin on its back. Its body rolled directly and crashed into the cliff beside it. It looked like it was going to smash Su Lin into meat paste. Su Lin exerted force with the tip of his foot and jumped directly from the white dragon's back. Then, he tilted his body and kicked hard on the cliff with his right foot. Once again, he rushed toward the white dragon. Frost breath. Seeing Su Lin rushing toward it, the white dragon showed a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. Seeing that Su Lin was about to rush up, the white dragon suddenly turned its head and opened its ferocious mouth. A bone-chilling frost breath was instantly spat out. Su Lin, who was charging at a high speed, could not dodge at all. The lightning on his body flashed instantly, and a shield made of lightning appeared in front of him. In the next second, the frost breath collided with the thunder shield. The bone-chilling coldness was felt, and a thick ice sculpture was formed on the thunder shield. Seeing that the ice sculpture was formed in an instant, the white dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of violence. However, before it could do anything, countless lightning bolts exploded from the ice sculpture. Su Lin swung the storm halberd from the sky and pounced on the white dragon's neck like an eagle. The white dragon's dull roar was heard, and it was in great pain. The white dragon's huge body could not help but tremble. Then, its thick dragon tail swept towards Su Lin. Scorching blood gushed out. The storm halberd left a deep wound on the white dragon's neck. The dragon's scales were broken, and the wound was 30 centimeters long. Through the wound, one could even see the bones inside. The dragon's tail came with a whistling wind. Su Lin did not even look back. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in midair in the next second. The white dragon's huge body made it difficult for it to turn around. Moreover, its huge body also provided plenty of attacking positions. Its body could even become a tool for Su Lin to dodge. Lightning flashed, and the storm halberd in Su Lin's hand danced quickly. Cold light slashed continuously on the white dragon's body. The white dragon's hard dragon scales could not block these attacks at all. Soon, a large number of wounds appeared on the white dragon's body. However, these wounds were not serious. They were just some superficial wounds. Relying on the white dragon's strong recovery ability, the bleeding would soon stop. The damage caused by Su Lin's rapid and continuous attacks was limited. Perhaps the white dragon was tired of Su Lin jumping up and down beside it, so it directly breathed dragon's breath on its body. For the white dragon who was immune to frost damage, the dragon's breath only made it feel a little cold and did not cause any damage. However, Su Lin had to dodge to other places. Seeing that the attack was effective, the white dragon did not stop. A strong wind covered its head. The white dragon flapped its wings. The wind whistled. Su Lin stuck close to the white dragon's wings and dodged. After dodging Su Lin, the white dragon immediately flapped its wings to attack. The javelins on the white dragon's wings played a role in this violent movement. After the white dragon flapped its wings, it directly tore a hole more than half a meter in the white dragon's wings. Bright red dragon blood gushed out. Not only did the attack not hit Su Lin, but it also caused more serious injuries. The white dragon's flying ability was completely destroyed. This kind of injury would prevent the white dragon from flying for a long time. Of course, with the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, this kind of injury would be completely healed in a month at most. The immense pain from the white dragon's wings caused its body to tremble. Its movements also became stiff for a moment. After seeing this flaw, Su Lin did not hesitate at all and instantly rushed forward. The powerful power of thunder quickly gathered in Su Lin's hands. The storm battle halberd once again bloomed with dazzling thunder. Su Lin's halberd swept horizontally and once again slashed at the white dragon's neck. At this moment, 50 points of strength exploded. The storm battle halberd directly broke through the white dragon's scales, then cut through the tough muscles and fascia, and deeply cut into the white dragon's neck bone. A mournful dragon's roar sounded out, and the immense pain made the white dragon even crazier. It tried to throw Su Lin away, but Su Lin used this force to put away the storm war halberd. Although the white dragon's neck was not cut off, the injury was also very serious. Su Lin knew very well how hard the white dragon's bones were. Unless he was holding the silver sword of Gith or an artifact of the same level, it was basically impossible for him to cut off the white dragon's neck with one strike. The sharp pain from the white dragon's neck caused a trace of fear to rise in its heart. At that moment, it felt the fear of death. The fear in the white dragon's heart began to spread. After seeing Su Lin, the white dragon spat out a bone-chilling dragon's breath again. At the same time, a strange energy appeared in an instant. Ice fog spell. A large amount of ice fog rose in an instant and enveloped the white dragon. The ice fog spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an area of a few hundred meters. Su Lin's vision blurred, and the surroundings instantly turned into a white world. At the same time, a large amount of ice began to condense on Su Lin's body. A flash of lightning flashed, and the surface of Su Lin's body was instantly wrapped in lightning. All the ice fog around him was dispersed. It's hiding in the ice fog? Seeing the scene in front of him, Sullen's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. However, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he could not see the white dragon's shadow at all. And as time passed, the surrounding coldness became stronger and stronger. Sullen's body flashed, and then he rushed out of the range of the ice fog spell in the next second. The white dragon hid in the ice fog, and the white scales on its body became the best camouflage color. There was no trace of it at all. Seeing this situation, Su Len turned his palm, and in the next second, a flag appeared in his hand. Wind Tornado! A powerful spell fluctuation came, and the wind elements quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, 2 tornadoes that reached the sky appeared in front of him. The tornadoes moved quickly around, and the originally white ice fog was instantly blown away by the tornadoes, and the scene inside was completely exposed. To Sullen's surprise, the white dragon was not preparing to launch a sneak attack, but was preparing to run away. All the javelins on the dragon's wings had been pulled out, and the dragon's wings were broken and bloody. However, the white dragon did not care and directly breathed dragon's breath on the dragon's wings. The original holes and wounds were instantly frozen. Although it was still somewhat inconvenient to move, it could now fly again. Seeing this situation, Su Len was a little surprised. At that time, it was reasonable. Although dragons were arrogant, they were not brainless. After confirming that they could not beat them, they would also run away. One must know that dragons often ran away in the affairs of dragon whelps, and even dragon whelps, but they would usually remember these things. Dragons were very vengeful creatures. They would even be attacked when they were young, and then when they were strong, they would directly fly over to retaliate. Seeing that the dragon was about to run away, Su Len rushed up without thinking. He did not want to be remembered by a dragon in the future. Thunder Spear! The dazzling thunder flashed in Sullen's hand, and in the next second, a spear completely composed of thunder and lightning flew out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it hit the dragon's body. The infinite power of thunder and lightning exploded on the dragon's body, and the white dragon, who was about to escape, was stunned for a moment. Sullen's figure flashed, and in the next second he appeared beside the white dragon. The storm halberd swept across, and the sharp halberd blade instantly cut the dragon's wing bones. The dragon's wing bones, which were already overwhelmed, could not withstand the pressure and directly broke. Roar! The cold dragon's breath came, and Su Len moved his feet. His body instantly went around the dragon's side, and the storm halberd in his hand quickly attacked. After losing the dragon's wings, the white dragon could not fly, and their movement speed was even slower. They could not keep up with Sullen's rhythm at all. They were beaten by Su Len, who was at full strength, and could not fight back. Chapter 577. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed around the top of the mountain. The snow had stopped, but the air was getting colder. The white dragon became crazier after realizing that it had no hope of escaping. It wanted to kill Su Len at all costs. The white dragon's wings, neck, and back were torn apart. Dragon blood kept dripping onto the ice. Although the dragon looked like it was in a sorry state, it was only on the surface. The dragon's strong vitality gave them an extraordinary tolerance for injuries. Even now, the white dragon's injuries did not cause it to enter a state of serious injury. The white dragon's eyes were red. It had just used the frost dragon's breath to freeze its wounds, and then relied on its rapid recovery ability to recover. Seeing this ferocious beast in such a sorry state, a few barbarian warriors not far away also became eager. In their eyes, this dragon was about to die. As long as they could leave a wound on it, it would be enough for these barbarians to brag about for the rest of their lives. Finally, after seeing the hideous wounds on the dragon's body, the barbarian warrior waved his giant axe and chopped at it with all his strength. "Don't attack, retreat." Sullen's expression changed when he saw the barbarians break the rules and attack the dragon. He immediately reminded them loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. A bloodthirsty look appeared in the white dragon's eyes. Its originally slow movements sped up in an instant. Its huge body was unexpectedly agile at this moment. The barbarians who had just rushed up did not have time to react. They were instantly slapped down by the dragon's huge claws like flies, and then stepped on with force. The white dragon's body was more than 30 meters long, and its weight was at least 20 to 30 tons or more. One could imagine the explosive pressure when all this weight was used on its feet. The armor made of fine steel was completely useless under this pressure. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on it. Bang! A dull thud sounded, followed by the sound of metal rubbing against each other. The armor made by the dwarven master was flattened like a can. The barbarian warrior was stepped on like a ripe tomato. Bright red juice splashed out, and the hard ice cracked like a spider web. The surrounding ground was instantly blood red. In this situation, no matter how powerful Sullen's physical healing technique was, it wouldn't be able to save him. Unless he upgraded his physical healing technique to the highest level and learned the 7-star life-prolonging lamp, he would be able to revive him. "Back off, everyone back off," Su Lin said with an ugly expression. Then, lightning appeared on his body again. After the white dragon finished its attack, it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Those people were too close to it just now, and there was no time to dodge. The white dragon's huge body twisted slightly, its ferocious head stretched forward, and its mouth full of sharp teeth opened slightly. Sullen's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Dodge, it's the dragon's breath." "Who?" The piercing cold shrouded in an instant, and countless ice crystals were spat out from the white dragon's mouth. Everything in its path turned into ice sculptures. The range of the dragon's breath was more than 15 meters. Those who didn't dodge in time were directly frozen. Countless ice crystals quickly condensed on their bodies. Almost at this moment, their bodies were frozen into hard ice sculptures. The dragon's breath dissipated, and 3 lifelike ice sculptures flickered under the sun. Through the layer of ice on the ice sculptures, one could clearly see the expressions of those people before they were frozen. Bang! The huge dragon claw suddenly slammed forward, and the 3 ice sculptures in front of them were like crystal glass, instantly shattering into countless pieces. The other barbarian warriors around them were furious. Their brothers died in the blink of an eye, and they wanted to rush up to avenge them. However, under Sullen's command, they all pushed away. In this battle, those barbarian warriors could only harass from a distance. Those who dared to intervene directly were all killed by the dragon. In this level of battle, even a grade 4 profession could only be a bystander. The difference between the body of a human and a dragon was too big. The dragon weighed more than 20 tons, and it would be crushed easily. Flash! With a flash of lightning, Sullen's figure instantly appeared beside the dragon, and he quickly swung the storm war halberd in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The white dragon blocked with its claws, and the storm war halberd left a deep mark on its claws. A piercing pain came from the claws, and the white dragon opened its mouth and spat out another mouthful of dragon's breath. Su Lin tiptoed, and his body changed direction in an instant with a strange posture. He narrowly dodged the dragon's breath, and then quickly circled to the dragon's feet. The storm war halberd in his hand cut along the dragon's scales, and then pierced into the muscle tissue under the dragon's skin. With a fierce twist, the white dragon's fascia was directly cut off. Dragon's blood sprayed out. Sullen's body was also drenched in dragon's blood, and a burning sensation came from his body. The dragon's blood was very corrosive, and its nature was like a strong acid. If one didn't have a strong enough constitution, just the dragon's blood alone could burn a person to death. In the songs of many bards, a dragon-slaying hero bathed in dragon's blood would become invulnerable, and his strength would increase rapidly. This saying was not accurate. Dragon's blood didn't have such a powerful effect. As for bathing in dragon's blood, it could indeed increase one's strength. There was a type of dragon's blood baptism ceremony that could enhance one's physical fitness, but this kind of enhancement was only effective for people whose constitution was below 40. Moreover, the dragon's blood baptism was divided into 5 levels, corresponding to the 5 types of dragons: red, blue, green, black, and white. 5 levels of dragon's blood baptism could directly promote a warrior below the legendary rank to the legendary rank. However, The dragon's blood baptism ceremony was obviously of little value to Sulin. After cutting off one of the tendons, Sulin didn't stop at all. He moved his feet and rushed out in an instant. The moment he rushed out, a thick and powerful dragon's tail swept directly at him. Sulin exerted force on his feet, and his body instantly leaped onto the white dragon's back again. Without any hesitation, Sulin quickly ran up the dragon's spine and quickly arrived at the dragon's neck again. At this time, the white dragon also noticed Sulin's intention. At the thought of the attack that almost cut off its neck not long ago, the white dragon didn't even think about it. It didn't care about the dragon's pride and directly rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey. Its huge body rolled on the ground like a small mountain. Sensing that something was wrong, Sulin didn't have time to attack, and instantly jumped down from the dragon's back. Boom! The 30-meter-long giant rolled on the ground, and the movement was very loud. The barbarian warriors who were originally around ran as far as they could. If they didn't dodge in time, they would end up being crushed into a meat patty. After the white dragon rolled and shook off Sulin, its long tail swept over. The dragon's tail swept across, and wherever it passed, the rocks and branches in front of it were all swept away. With a flash of lightning, Sulin's figure disappeared in an instant and then reappeared beside the dragon. As soon as he appeared, Sulin felt a piercing chill. Before he could react, the frost dragon's breath covered his head. Sulin had just used flash, so he didn't have time to dodge again and was directly hit. The cold chill shrouded Sulin, and the surface of his body began to condense ice. After this period of battle, the white dragon had discovered a pattern. Every time Sulin flashed, he would appear around it. So when it saw Sulin flash, it directly used Frost Dragon's breath to cover the surrounding area in an instant. This was also the reason why Sulin collided with the Frost Dragon's breath as soon as he appeared. Feeling the stiffness of his body, Sulin's expression changed greatly. The lightning power in his body exploded in an instant, and the ice on the surface of his body quickly shattered. In the blink of an eye, Sulin was about to break free, but it was too late. The huge dragon's tail swept over with a whistling sound. Sulin's vision turned black, and he felt a sharp pain. His body flew backward involuntarily, and the lightning shield on the surface of his body collapsed under this huge force. Bang! With a loud sound, Sulin crashed heavily on the rock, and the hard rock was directly smashed into cracks. After the white dragon sent Sulin flying, it didn't stop at all. It rushed up, ready to completely tear this guy who had caused it so much damage into pieces. Sensing the danger approaching, the lightning power in Sulin's body surged out instantly, and countless lightning bolts burst out. Sulin's figure was like lightning, and he quickly rushed toward the white dragon. This time, his burst of power was extremely shocking. In short distances, he was even faster than when he flashed. The moment he clashed with the dragon, Sulin instantly turned over and jumped on the dragon's back again. The storm battle halberd in his hand carried infinite lightning bolts as it swung down fiercely. Thunder slash! This time, Sulin used all his strength to attack the dragon's head. The blade of the halberd slashed at the white dragon's neck, and the huge force directly pressed the white dragon's head down, but it still didn't cut off its head. Sulin didn't care. The storm battle halberd in his hand slashed at the white dragon again, this time at the same position as before. The white dragon let out a mournful cry, and its huge body fell to the ground. The storm battle halberd sank deep into the dragon's neck bone. With a soft crack, the white dragon couldn't bear the huge wound. The dragon's neck bone was directly broken, and its breath of life was quickly fading away. The white dragon in front of him was finally dead. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed an old white dragon. You have received 378,600 experience points. You have won the battle. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a powerful dragon. You have received the title of Dragon Slayer. Your name has been widely spread throughout the continent. Your name has been sung by bards. You have successfully killed a dragon. Your own creatures will fear your aura, and pentashade dragons will loathe you. The chances of evil dragons attacking you have increased. You have received the favor of the metallic dragon. Congratulations, Host, you have successfully killed a powerful dragon. You have received 1 legendary skill point as a reward. You have received 3 diamond treasure chests as a reward. You have received the item Dragon Bone. Chapter 578. The battle is over. You have obtained the dragon blood baptism that you obtained in the battle. You have obtained a partial ability bonus. Because your strength has exceeded the range of the dragon blood baptism, you can't increase your strength. Baptism complete. You have obtained a special talent, Dragon Blood Baptism, White. Dragon Blood Baptism, White. You have successfully killed an old white dragon. After this dragon slaying, you have undergone a dragon blood baptism and obtained a partial ability bonus. The dragon blood makes you stronger. At the same time, your skin becomes tougher. You have permanently obtained a natural armor point. Your toughness has increased by 1 point. This ability can be improved with the number of dragon blood baptisms. Scarlet blood slid down from Sullen's body. The dragon blood had lost its magic power, but there was still a lot of blood in the dragon's body. Sullen only used a small part of it. He snapped his fingers and a flash of light appeared. The dragon's huge body was directly sealed. This kind of sealing spell could temporarily preserve the dragon's body so that it would not lose its magic power over time. Then, the dragon's body could be stored in the storage space. The dragon's body was a very precious treasure. After special treatment, the dragon's meat could be used to increase attributes. At the same time, many nobles were eager to buy the dragon's meat because dragon meat generally had the effect of enhancing sex drive, especially the dragon's penis. As long as this thing appeared, nobles would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. A dragon was about 20 tons. After excluding the scales, bones, claws, teeth, and internal organs, about 8 tons of meat could be obtained. The hard dragon scales were a good magic material. They could be made into dragon scale armor or other things. After processing and enchantment, dragon scale armor had amazing resistance to physical and magical attacks. The best way to make a dragon skin robe was to make a dragon skin robe. This kind of dragon skin robe was not made from the skin of a lesser dragon. A dragon skin robe made from the skin of a true dragon was at the legendary level. Since Hathaway became a legendary, her wizard robe could no longer keep up with her. Now was the time to change it. White dragons had enough dragon skin. Of course, the best quality was the dragon skin on their abdomen. It was soft, tough, and had a high magic conductivity. The dragon skin on other parts of the body was slightly inferior. Not only did the dragon skin robes have powerful magic resistance, but they also had decent physical defense. They were basically comparable to ordinary armor. Although the remaining parts couldn't be used to craft dragon robes, they could still be used to craft magic scrolls. Due to its excellent magic conductivity and amazing tenacity, dragon skin was an excellent material for crafting advanced magic scrolls. After all, there was a level 9 magic scroll in White Raven Tower that was made of dragon skin. In addition to these items, there was another important item, the dragon crystal. Not all dragons had dragon crystals. Only a few dragons would form dragon crystals. This was a powerful magic material. It was the condensation of a dragon's mana. It could be used to make many things. Most of the innards of dragons were poisonous, but they were still good magic materials. Hathaway had many recipes that required these materials. As for the dragon heart, Sullen planned to give it to Phyllis. As a dragon blood sorcerer, Phyllis's bloodline power was not high. This time, Sullen obtained the white dragon heart. He could completely purify her blood and strengthen the effect of the dragon blood in her body. Before killing the dragon, Sullen had already prepared the various parts of the dragon's body. Seeing that Sullen had killed the giant creature, the surrounding barbarian warriors slowly approached. Sullen directly asked them to clean up the battlefield. The dead soldiers needed to be collected again. Although they had been shattered into ice shards, the 2 barbarian warriors still collected all the corpses, including the one that was trampled flat. Slaying a dragon not only represented the highest honor, but also represented wealth. After the dragon was killed, the huge wealth left behind would all belong to Su Lin. This white dragon's wealth was not small. This time, although a few barbarian warriors were killed or injured, the harvest was also good. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Dragon slaying successful. You have successfully slain a white dragon. The barbarian warriors under your command have followed you into battle. In the process of fighting the dragon, they have gained additional will. Survivors will permanently +1. All survivors morale +5. Dragon slaying battle, White Dragon, legendary battle June 1689 of the Radiant Moon calendar. You learned that a city in San Filto had been conquered by a dragon. Then, you formed an army and advanced into the distance, preparing to use them in the upcoming battle. You discovered the white dragon's tracks and cleared out its descendants in advance. Then, you started a battle with the white dragon. You successfully killed an old white dragon. As the battle ended, more and more people learned of your prowess, and your name began to spread across the continent. The dragon's nest was very big. After storing the dragon's body, Su Lin began to collect wealth. After entering the dragon's nest, Su Lin saw a small mountain of gold sand. So much gold. It's dazzling my eyes, a barbarian warrior murmured. Compared to normal humans, the barbarians were not very interested in money. They were more interested in eating and fighting. Pack up all the gold. Su Lin glanced around and said, "So many gems. There must be hundreds of them." A warrior beside him could not help but gulp. Su Lin had brought his trusted subordinates with him this time. Most of them were from the northern city, so he could rest assured that they would fill up the treasure chests. Most of the treasures in front of them were looted by the white dragon from Velatia City. At that time, the white dragon had moved all the treasures in the city. This white dragon's wealth was more than many red dragons and gold dragons. Pack up all the treasures and bring them back. No one is allowed to hide them. If anyone dares to hide them, you know the consequences. When we return to San Filto City, I will reward you according to your contributions. Su Lin quickly finished the task. He let the soldiers collect the gold products while he checked the various magic materials and gems in the treasure chests. There were more common gems, such as rubies, sapphires, agates, emeralds, and so on. There were about hundreds of them. These gems were less valuable. Perhaps it was because this world was rich in minerals. Finally, there were about 100 diamonds, which the white dragon liked to collect. These diamonds collected by the white dragon were of high quality and large in size. They were very good magic materials. One of the diamonds was bigger than an egg. It was a crystal clear rose diamond. It was oval in shape and had not been polished at all. Soren held the beautiful rose pink diamond in his hand and estimated that it weighed about 60 grams. If this weight was in his previous world, it would probably be a rare treasure. If it was polished carefully, the price of this diamond would be very high. Of course, even in this world, it was quite rare. Basically, only the top nobles could have it. Su Lin planned to give this rose pink diamond to the dwarven craftsman to polish. A pink diamond of this quality could be made into jewelry or sold at a very high price. Of course, Su Lin guessed that Hathaway and the others would not let him sell this gem. Su Lin put away the rose pink diamond and then continued to search the treasure chests. He wanted to see if there were any rare-grade equipment as trophies. Unfortunately, he only found some low and mid-grade magic equipment. It seemed that the dragon did not care much about it. Dragons had very rich appraisal skills. The value of an item could be accurately estimated to the level of 1 copper. Most of the time, the dragon would know the specific price at a glance. A successful dragon was usually a top-notch valuer. As this dragon had not been here for a long time, it rarely encountered adventurers, and naturally, it was difficult for it to collect high-value rare-grade equipment. Su Lin estimated that these rare-grade equipment were most likely obtained from the city of Vadia. Normally, the more frequently a dragon was challenged, the more it would have. The more loot it collected, the more valuable it would be. The white dragon, which was directly killed by Su Lin, didn't collect many rare-grade equipment. After all, the pentashade dragons did not know how to make equipment. Most of the equipment in the dragon nest was left behind by adventurers who wanted to be dragon slayers. Of course, the gold dragons and silver dragons of the metal dragons liked magic, so they also mastered the ability to make rare-grade equipment. Many of the gold dragons' collections were very shocking. As for the red dragon queen of the southern seas, Su Lin estimated that she should be the richest person in this realm. No, a dragon. As for those who dared to have designs on this treasure chest, they were either burned to ashes or thrown to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. In addition to these treasures, Su Lin also collected magic plants around the dragon's nest. Due to the special environment in the dragon's nest, some dragonized plants would grow, the most famous of which was the dragon's saliva. It was said that this plant was mutated when the dragon's saliva dripped on the ground while it was sleeping. The dragon grass could be used to calm the nerves. The ambergris made from this material was very effective. For wizards, it could increase the efficiency of their meditation and increase the duration of their meditation. Other than the dragon grass, there was also the dragon scale grass. This plant was also mutated by the radiation around the dragon nest. The dragon scale grass was also a precious magic material. It could be used to make many potions. Su Lin planned to try growing it in the mysterious realm. Although there was no white dragon, Su Lin had a red dragon as his mount. After collecting everything, the entire battlefield was cleaned up. Even some of the dragon blood that had been sprayed out was collected and prepared to be used as fertilizer. Chapter 579. Under normal circumstances, the red dragon was the wealthiest among the chromatic dragons. The red dragon was powerful, arrogant, and liked to rob. An old red dragon usually had a shocking amount of wealth, so it attracted many adventurers to go and slay the red dragon. Of course, most of the time, they would give the red dragon equipment. An hour later, the dragon nest was finally cleaned up. All the gold and jewels were put into leather bags. Sullen's storage space was limited. It was already difficult to fit a dragon's body, let alone all the gold and jewels. He had to let the barbarian warriors carry them. Fortunately, the barbarian warriors were as strong as bulls. Each bag of gold weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. Ordinary people would not be able to carry it, but they could easily carry it along the mountain path. Boss, there's about 6,000 pounds of gold, thousands of jewels and diamonds, and 12,000 pounds of silver. We haven't tallied up the rest, but we made a lot of money this time. A warrior quickly calculated their gains. The white dragon Su Lin had killed was an old one. It was about 800 to 1,000 years old. All the treasures in front of them were accumulated over 800 years. If a white dragon was so rich, one could imagine how rich the other dragons were. No wonder so many people wanted to be dragon-slaying heroes. The Kinnar coins minted in Northern Town were 80% gold. 1 Kinnar weighed 5 grams, which required 4 grams of gold. 6,000 pounds of gold could be used to make 750,000 Kinnar coins. Together with 12,000 pounds of silver, there were about 1,000,000 Kinnar coins. There were even more jewels and jewels. After everything was packed up, Su Lin left the dragon nest with the army and returned to Valatia City. Valatia City would be rebuilt in the coming days. It was located at the northern border and was the gateway to the northwest. Su Lin could not give it up. Although the city had been breached not long ago, the city's population had suffered heavy casualties, and even more people had fled to other cities. However, as long as the city was rebuilt, those refugees would quickly return. After all, not everyone could abandon the land here. After returning to the city, there were about 4,000 refugees in addition to the soldiers of Sanfelto's First Legion. These refugees were scattered in the wilderness after the fall of the city. Now that the city had been rebuilt, they had returned. After Su Lin returned to the city, he immediately took out the white dragon's corpse and prepared to dispose of it. Leaving it there for too long would affect its quality. When the refugees saw the huge white dragon's corpse in the square, they instantly exploded. These refugees had personally witnessed the might of the white dragon when it broke through the city. Now that such a terrifying beast had been slain by the king, Sullen's prestige in the hearts of these refugees rose to the peak. News of Sulin's dragon slaying also spread like wildfire. The nobles near Watya city were the first to receive the news. When they heard that Su Lin had killed a dragon, their faces turned pale, and they hurried to Watya city with all sorts of resources and treasures. Disposing of the white dragon's corpse was not an easy task. Su Lin immediately contacted Hathaway and asked her to bring some things to help. When Hathaway heard that Su Lin had successfully slain a dragon, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She immediately abandoned the enigmatic lock technology that she was perfecting and used the teleportation circle to teleport to Watya city. It's so big. It really is an old white dragon. Hathaway's eyes lit up as she looked at the white dragon's corpse. Save this white dragon skin for me. I want to make a sorcerer's robe with it. Don't worry, I've saved the best for you, Su Lin said with a smile. Hathaway walked around the corpse and said, "What do you plan to do with this white dragon's corpse?" "I haven't thought about it yet. You're a sorcerer, so you have more say about this material." "You tell me," Su Lin said. "Okay, I'll tell you first. If you have other ideas, you can add them." Hathaway nodded and said, "Dragon scales and skin can be used to make dragon scale armor and dragon hide armor. The skin on the belly and wings is soft and tough, so it can be used to make sorcerer's robes. The rest of the dragon's skin can be used to make dragon hide armor. After enchantment, the worst of the dragon hide armor will be Transcendent Grade 3. The better ones can be Grade 4 or even Legendary. Even if you don't need it, it's not bad to give it to your core subordinates. The rest can be made into magic scrolls. Dragon scales can also be used to make armor. Compared to dragon hide armor, dragon scale armor has stronger defense. I checked the dragon's blood just now. There's still a lot left and it's been preserved well. It's very active and can be used to make dragon blood potions. Of course, it can also be used to carry out dragon blood baptism. As for the dragon's heart, I suggest you give it to Sister Phyllis. Although she's a dragon disciple now, her bloodline purity and aptitude are average. This white dragon's heart can at least raise her bloodline to excellent. The innards of the white dragon can also be used to make lesser dragon blood potions. It can be sold or used as a reward. Hathaway quickly distributed the white dragon's heart. "Let's do that." Su Lin had no objections. He then started to deal with the body. Although the white dragon was dead, its skin was still very tough. In order to keep the skin intact, Su Lin personally led a dozen barbarian skinning masters to work. It took a lot of effort to peel off the dragon's skin. The dragon's skin was so tough that dozens of skinning knives were broken. Dragon meat was poisonous to a certain extent, so it couldn't be eaten directly. It had to be processed first. Therefore, the dragon meat was preserved for now. There was also a long and thick dragon penis. This was good stuff. Perhaps North Town could produce dragon dick wine in the future. Next were the dragon's tendons, teeth, and bones. Su Lin planned to use the dragon tendon to make a whip for Phyllis, the teeth to make a scimitar or dagger, and the bones to make a dragon bone staff. Of course, there were plenty of dragon bones in a dragon's body. However, not all of them were suitable for crafting magic staffs. These dragon bones were excellent materials for crafting legendary battleships. When the time came for crafting a legendary dragon bone battleship, it would be a surefire way to fight naval battles. Although a part of the dragon's wings would be used to make dragon robes, the rest would be enough to make sails. Since the dragon skeleton was used to make the dragon bones of a warship, the sails would be a good choice. All of the dragon's blood was extracted. The dragon's blood filled 7 large water tanks. Hathaway used a special crystal ball to preserve the dragon's blood. After all the parts of the dragon's body were cut up, only a complete dragon's head was left. Su Lin didn't plan to make the dragon's head into a magical tool. It was better to keep it as a collector's item. Su Lin planned to hang the dragon's head on a warship or the city walls of North Town. Of course, he also took out the dragon crystal from the dragon's head. The dragon crystal had many uses. It could be used as a high-tier legendary soul crystal. It could also be used as a magical tool. In the hands of a lich, it could even be used to summon an undead dragon. Su Lin planned to make the dragon crystal into a legendary construct. After spending an entire day, The white dragon was finally completely dissected. Hathaway didn't stay any longer. After dissecting the dragon, she took some of the materials back to Northwind Tower. Su Lin still had matters to attend to in Vadia City. Today, the nobles of several cities around Vadia City hurried over. As soon as they saw Su Lin, they prepared gifts without saying a word. These nobles were very smart. They knew that Su Lin wanted to rebuild Vadia City, so they sent all kinds of materials. After delivering the materials, they requested an audience with Su Lin. Su Lin wasn't happy with these nobles, but he still received them on account of the materials. "Your Majesty!" 6 nobles bowed respectfully. The leader of the nobles was called Western Otto. He was the dungeon lord of the nearby Chili Winterfell. Chili Winterfell was the most powerful city in the surrounding area. It had a resident population of 70,000. Western Otto, dungeon lord of Chili Winterfell. "I remember that your city is only 50 kilometers away from Vadia City." Su Lin stood up from his seat and said to Western Otto. Western Otto's expression changed. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. You took half a month to travel 50 kilometers. I rushed over from Sanfilto City, but you weren't there. Can you tell me the reason?" Su Lin said without emotion. "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty." Western Otto broke out in cold sweat. Vadia City fell too quickly. I immediately mobilized my men after receiving their request for reinforcements, but by the time I gathered my men and prepared to depart, the city had already fallen. That's why you didn't go to the rescue? Su Lin looked coldly at the middle-aged noble. To be fair, the Western Australian did not look like those nobles in the south who were fat, greedy, and stingy like pigs. On the contrary, he should have been very handsome when he was young. The hardships in the north had given him an iron-blooded temperament. Coupled with his noble temperament, he looked somewhat valiant. However, his behavior was more like a veteran. "Your Majesty, shut up." Su Lin forcefully interrupted their next words. A powerful aura erupted from his body in an instant, and the faces of the nobles on the other side instantly turned pale. The powerful aura made it hard for them to breathe. At this moment, they felt as if they were about to die. Su Lin noticed that the nobles were about to collapse, so he retracted his aura. The nobles gasped for air with their mouths wide open like fish out of water. "I was going to strip all of you of your titles," Su Lin said in a low voice, and the nobles froze. "However, it's too much to ask you to face the dragon. Since you don't dare to face the dragon, you can at least provide resources and manpower. Now that Vadia City is undergoing reconstruction, each of you must provide 5,000 men to replenish the city, as well as resources." Su Lin didn't plan to kill the nobles, but he wouldn't let them off easy either. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to extort them. He wanted resources and other things, and at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to reform the city. Rebuilding Vadia City would cost almost nothing, and the surrounding nobles would have to accept the reform. This was killing several birds with one stone for Su Lin. After hearing Su Lin's words, the nobles nodded in agreement, as if they had been pardoned. Su Lin waved his hand expressionlessly and told them to go back and prepare. Su Lin was very experienced in rebuilding a city, and there was a large group of experienced craftsmen in Northern Town City. After giving orders, Su Lin found a quiet room and went into seclusion. He hadn't used the system reward he received from killing the White Dragon, and Su Lin wanted to use it now. Although he received a lot of EXP from killing the White Dragon, he didn't level up. However, he still received one legendary attribute point. Opening the system panel, Su Lin chose to use it on Advanced Iron Will. A golden light shone, and Su Lin's eyes turned golden. His Advanced Iron Will had become Legendary Iron Will. Su Lin felt his mind become very clear at this moment. After upgrading Iron Will, Su Lin opened his inventory and checked the system reward. Apart from the 3 diamond treasure chests, Su Lin also received a dragon bone. This dragon bone was different from the one he received from cutting up the White Dragon's body. The dragon bone in front of him was only a section of the spine. Su Lin used appraisal on the dragon bone. With a flash of light, the dragon bone's attributes appeared before his eyes. Dragon bone, the most essential part of the dragon's body. It contains the dragon's power. Wearing it will grant the wearer dragon's aura, red dragon in its prime. The wearer's strength will increase by 5, up to 50. At the same time, it can be used as a supplementary material to upgrade weapons. Sullen's eyes lit up. This dragon bone could be used as a weapon upgrade material. In addition to the materials he received last time, he was one step closer to upgrading the Storm Battle Halberd. He planned to upgrade the Storm Battle Halberd to a divine artifact. After putting away the dragon bone, Su Lin took out the 3 diamond treasure chests and prepared to open them. A gorgeous light flashed, and Su Lin heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Navy Camp Blueprint. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Moonlight Dew. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Ecosystem Information Technology. The Navy Camp Blueprint? Sullen's eyes lit up. This thing came at the right time. He was developing the trade route and Deepwater City. He was lacking a navy. Originally, he relied on Barbassa for training. Now that he had the Navy Camp Blueprint, he could train a navy on a large scale. Of course, this navy could also be considered a navy. With a stable source of soldiers, Su Lin would soon have a powerful navy. Chapter 580. The Navy camp needed to be built in Deepwater City. Su Lin put away the blueprint and looked at the rest of the things. There was a crystal bottle and a scroll of information. Su Lin took out the crystal bottle. There was a shining silver liquid in the crystal bottle, and the whole room was instantly illuminated with a layer of silver light. It looked as beautiful as the moonlight at night. Countless starlights swayed in the crystal bottle. This small crystal bottle seemed to have contained the entire galaxy. It looked very beautiful. Moonlight Dew, the legendary magical dew condensed from the moon. It gathers a large amount of moonlight power. It has the magical effect of removing evil power, pollution, purifying blood, improving physical fitness, and speeding up the fusion of various energies. Su Lin checked the attributes of the Moonlight Dew with identification. This bottle of Moonlight Dew could remove pollution, which was good news for Su Lin. He had not absorbed the divinity crystal stone he got after killing the abomination, mainly because of the pollution and evil power on it. Now that he had the Moonlight Dew, he could remove the pollution and evil power on it and speed up the fusion of energy, which could save him a lot of time. When he returned to Northern City, he was ready to integrate the divinity into his body. Although the crystal bottle looked only the size of a palm, the space inside was still very large. On the surface, it seemed to only contain 50 milliliters of Moonlight Dew, but in fact, its capacity was 1 cubic meter, which was enough for a bath. Not only was it enough for Su Lin, but it was also enough for Hathaway, Phyllis, and the others. After putting away the crystal bottle, Su Lin picked up the scroll next to it. The scroll looked like it was made of a material similar to gold foil. Its texture was soft like paper, but it was very tough. Su Lin clearly felt that this scroll contained a strange magic power. This scroll was actually a magic item. Using a magic item to record knowledge, Su Lin was suddenly very interested in this scroll. The most famous magic scrolls in history were the artifacts, the Nether Secret Scrolls. There were a total of 108 Nether Secret Scrolls, which recorded the knowledge of almost all schools. This set of artifacts created a glorious era, and even the Arcane Empire was established on the basis of these scrolls. It was the source of the rise of the Age of Thorium and the cornerstone of the birth of the great Arcanists. In the Age of Thorium, almost all spellcasters gained a lot of knowledge from this ancient scroll. The ancient Arcane Empire civilization started from here. Even now, Hathaway used a large number of spells that originated from the knowledge in the Nether Scrolls. The complete Netherese scrolls were divided into 2 parts, with a total of 108 golden scrolls. Legend had it that this scroll was written by the combined efforts of many ancient gods of order. The upper half of the Nether Scrolls had been destroyed during the Age of Thorium, while the lower half had been stolen. Their whereabouts were still unknown. Only a few scattered Nether Scrolls were preserved in the entire multiverse. This divine artifact contained the knowledge of the creation of the Mice Energy Core. Even the original floating city was built with the knowledge contained in it. In the Age of Thorium, the great arcanists even felt that as long as they read enough knowledge in the Nether Scrolls, it could help them directly become gods. It could be said that this was the origin of a powerful civilization. The Nether Scrolls not only contained a variety of mysterious and powerful knowledge, but these scrolls themselves were also powerful artifacts. When reading these scrolls, they could also obtain many powerful supreme magic abilities and talents, and even directly upgrade one's profession level. Of course, this artifact was so powerful, but not everyone could read it. After the experiments of the ancient arcane mathematicians, every time a scroll was read, one could upgrade one's level. The threshold for reading the scroll was very low, but most people could only read the first page. Generally, people with strong minds and developed brains could read up to the 8th page, while most wizards could only read up to the 5th page. As for reading all the Nether Scrolls, since the discovery of the Nether Scrolls until now, no human had accomplished this feat. As for those who thought they were clever and wanted to read more knowledge, they were either crazy or their brains exploded from the knowledge. Of course, there were also ways for humans to read more Nether Scrolls without going crazy, such as divinity, or becoming a favorite of the gods. Divinity could rebirth matter, and naturally, it could also increase the limits of the human brain. If someone claimed to have read the entire set of Netherese scrolls, they were either bragging or they were reading fake scrolls. There was a limit to how much a mortal could read, because the mortal brain could no longer contain this knowledge. It was impossible to continue reading after digesting it for a few years. Only gods could read a lot of them. The existing Nether Scrolls were basically incomplete, and the knowledge recorded in them was not very important. The scroll in Sullen's hand was a remnant of the Nether Scrolls. It recorded the knowledge of using spells to create a complete biosphere. As long as this knowledge was mastered, one could build a complete biosphere even in the astral plane. This technology seemed useless, but in fact, it was an essential technology for the floating city. It was fine for the floating city in the prime material plane, as it did not require overly complicated ecosphere technology, and could be replenished at any time and place, but once it entered the astral plane or went to other planes for interstellar colonization, this technology was too important. There were many planes whose environments were not suitable for human survival. There was no air, no gravity, no water, and no sunlight in the astral plane. Without the support of a biosphere system, except for powerful wizards, ordinary people would die if they entered. Therefore, biosphere technology was very important to the floating city. Only with a complete biosphere technology could the floating city drift in the astral plane for thousands of years without any supplies. Sulen picked up the scroll and looked at it. This scroll was made of gold leaf and was 8 inches wide. There was a large amount of silver magic writing on the golden scroll. These magic words were constantly flowing slowly, as if they were alive. Sullen's Nether Scroll was incomplete. It was only 6 inches long, and the knowledge recorded on it was only about the construction of biospheres. Even so, this Nether Scroll was a very precious tool. One had to know that there might not be a complete Nether Scroll in the entire continent now. Sulen simply looked at the Nether Scroll. He could basically understand the knowledge recorded on it. Magic words were a very magical language. Even if you were completely illiterate, you would know the meaning of these magic scrolls when you saw them. However, it was not so easy to understand. It would take at least a few months for an ordinary person to read a Nether Scroll. How much knowledge they could master in the end depended on their own talent. Sullen's Nether Scroll could not increase one's talent or metamagic abilities. It could only allow one to master some spells and knowledge. It was not very useful for increasing one's strength, but it was very helpful for improving one's control of energy. After looking through the scroll, Sulen put it away. Now was not the time to study these things. There was still no sign of the floating city. However, when he returned, he could first open up a demi-plane to experiment. Even if he built the floating city in the future, this demiplane could be connected to the floating city. After putting the scroll away again, Su Lin began to deal with the affairs of the city. After being taught a lesson by Su Lin, the surrounding nobles all became well-behaved. All kinds of resources were sent to the city, and the refugees who had escaped from the city were sent back. The reconstruction of the city required a lot of manpower. Su Lin could not let the army rebuild the city, so he could only rely on the refugees. After receiving a lot of resources, Su Lin directly used the method of providing relief through work. Most of the refugees were poor. After Su Lin promised to work hard and give them houses after the city was built, the refugees became very enthusiastic. In order to rebuild the city, Su Lin transferred a group of grassroots officials from San Filto. These officials had basically just completed their training in the academy. They were also a bit flustered when they were brought here to work. However, with the army around and Sulin's guidance, there were no problems. These people had been trained and had a good foundation. Although they were a bit flustered at first, they quickly adapted, and all kinds of work were on the right track. Northern Citadel already had enough experience with this method of providing relief through work. As long as there were enough resources and grassroots officials with good work efficiency and execution, it could be done easily. This method of providing relief through work had been proposed in ancient times. It was first implemented during the reign of Duke Jinggong of the Kingdom of Qi in the spring and autumn period. There was a story in the spring and autumn annals of Yanzi that said, due to the hunger of the Kingdom of Qi, Yanzi was forced to provide relief to the people because of the battle at Lu Mu. To put it bluntly, this method had long been used by the ancestors. It was not a bad method, but why wasn't it popularized? The key was the problem of governance. As long as the problem of governance was not solved, even the best policies would be useless. Many times, the country would allocate a lot of food during disaster years, but in the end, it would be good if even a tenth of it reached the hands of the common people. People were very familiar with all kinds of tricks like burning the granaries and borrowing food from the Yin soldiers. Su Lin had the political education of the prison and the powerful supervision of the embroidered uniform guard. Those who dared to commit corruption were directly sent to the Eagle Castle to breed with the harpies. Only such a strict system allowed the officials of Northern Citadel to fulfill the conditions of providing relief through work. Otherwise, according to the nature of the nobles of this era, they would be lucky if they did not sell the refugees as slaves. Chapter 581. The damage to the walls of the city wasn't too severe. Only the city gates and part of the walls were damaged. The dragon had flown straight in when it first attacked the city, and the gates were destroyed by it. Fortunately, it was a white dragon that attacked the city. The white dragon's breath was a breath of ice. Although it was powerful, it wouldn't have caused a fire. If it had been a red dragon, the city probably wouldn't have needed to be repaired. They could have just rebuilt it somewhere else. The houses in the city were more severely damaged. After all, the northern barbarians had plundered the city without restraint. Su Lin had demolished all the severely damaged areas and flattened the slums in the city. The city was rebuilt according to the model Su Lin had used to rebuild the other cities in the Kingdom of Florence. This saved a lot of work. As the city's restoration work began, the refugees who had escaped from the city began to return to their homes. Originally, there were 50,000 to 60,000 residents in the city. After a series of natural and man-made disasters such as war and fleeing, Su Lin estimated that at most 30,000 people could return from the city. In addition to the people Su Lin had forced from the surrounding nobles' territories, the final population of the city could reach 50,000 people. The city had basically recovered to its pre-war level. Apart from the refugees, Su Lin also selected 500 able-bodied refugees to train the militia. The 1st Legion of Sanfurto couldn't be stationed here for long. The soldiers in the city had either died or escaped, and there weren't many left. As a border city, it couldn't do without a sufficient army to defend it. Su Lin had no choice but to start the training from scratch. Training a militia of 500 people wasn't difficult. Sulin's veterans could easily do the job. After the training, Su-lin ordered the barbarian warriors to bring the militia to the wilderness as soon as possible so that they could become capable of fighting. Because the city had been conquered, the surrounding land was completely out of control. Many kobolds and goblins had become much more active in the wilderness. Now that a new army had been formed, these monsters could be used as practice. At the same time, the captives would be sent to the city's construction site to work. Restoring the city required a large amount of manpower, and the city of Velatia did not have enough manpower. Now that there were goblins and kobolds to provide the manpower, Su-lin naturally did not mind. Those new recruits only needed to go through a few encirclement and suppression battles before they could be considered qualified soldiers. Then, they would not be afraid to fight against the gnolls and northern barbarians of the wilderness. The battlefield was the best place to train new recruits. After a few battles, these people would become elites. Of course, only Su-lin could do this. As long as the army under his command did not reach the upper limit, killing enemies would give experience. As long as they didn't die in battle, they would level up after a few uses. As a border city, 500 soldiers were far from enough. Su-lin planned to station 5,000 soldiers in the city. Of course, Velatia alone would not be able to support so many soldiers, so the soldiers' pay and food were provided by the kingdom. The army was also directly under the kingdom's command. Su-lin planned to expand the city to 100,000 people. Velatia City had many mines, such as copper, iron, and coal. While it was not very big, it would be enough to supply the surrounding cities. Su-lin had also checked the land outside the city. It was considered fertile, and the surrounding water was abundant. Just the plains near the city would be enough to support 100,000 people. Velatia City was also the only way from the Northwest Desert Kingdom to Northgard City. As long as there were no problems, the city would soon prosper. After taking control of the city, the surrounding nobles would have no choice but to obey the king's orders. Su-lin stayed in Velatia City for half a month, then handed everything over to the newly appointed consul before returning to Northgard City. Northwind Tower, astrology platform. A beam of light rose, and Sullen's figure appeared on the astrology platform. "Master, welcome back." Half-elf maid Angela quickly appeared. Su-lin patted Angela's head and asked, "Where are the others?" "Sister Hathaway is in the lab. Sister Alex has returned to Eagle Castle. Sister Karina and Sister Xanthi are in the Mystic Realm," Angela said softly. "By the way, how's the development in the city recently?" Su-lin asked as he took off his cloak. "Nothing has happened in the city recently. A while ago, we gave the serfs the status of commoners according to your orders. The other serfs were stimulated and worked very hard recently. Also, the number of people who came to settle down in Northgard City has been increasing rapidly. According to the City Hall statistics, the permanent population of Northgard City has exceeded 170,000 people. If this trend continues, it's very likely to exceed 200,000 people this year. Looks like they're working well." Su-lin nodded with satisfaction. He took a sip of the black tea Angela handed to him. "Master, the goods that you instructed us to prepare have all been completed. Do you want to take a look?" Angela reminded. "They're all ready so quickly." Su-lin was a little surprised. He prepared these goods to open up the sea trade route. They were going to be transported to the eastern continent to be sold. Now that the goods were ready, it was time to open up the new sea route. However, some preparatory work had to be done. The Navy camp Su-lin obtained this time had to be built as soon as possible. At the same time, the divinity had to be absorbed and integrated. Not long ago, Surin had absorbed 2 divinity crystals obtained from the abomination. There were still 6 divinity crystals in his own divinity crystal, 7 in Hathaway's divinity crystal, and a lot in the god's corpse sealed in the basement. With so much divinity added up, the divinity of a god with weak divine power was more than enough. Soon, Su-lin arrived at Hathaway's laboratory and poured a part of the moonlight dew into a crystal bottle. The entire laboratory was instantly illuminated in a silvery white color. "It really is moonlight dew." Hathaway looked at the liquid in surprise. This thing is not easy to find. It's a waste to use it to remove the pollution and evil power on the divinity crystals directly. It's okay, I still have a lot. Besides, it's not safe to keep the divinity crystals in your hands. It's better to integrate them into your body quickly and convert them into strength directly. That's true. Hathaway thought for a moment and agreed. The next step was to set up the runic magic circle. Although it was possible to use the moonlight dew to remove the pollution and evil power directly, it required more moonlight dew to do so. The requirements for the purification runic magic circle were not high, and Hathaway completed it quickly. Su Len poured the moonlight dew into the center of the magic circle, and a silvery white aura shrouded it. With the surge of magic, the moonlight dew was quickly integrated into the magic circle, and the whole magic circle shone with a sense of holiness. Hathaway waved her hand gently, and a wave of magic emerged. Then, the whole runic magic circle began to operate. Su Len took out a black stone. As soon as the palm-sized stone appeared, an evil and chaotic aura suddenly spread out. The whole laboratory was filled with this chaotic and evil power. Soon, Su Len put the stone into the runic magic circle. After the silvery white energy sensed the stone, it immediately released a dazzling brilliance. A sizzling sound was constantly heard, and waves of black evil energy and pollution power were constantly purified by the silver light. As the silver light continued to flicker, the pollution power on the stone became weaker and weaker. The originally black stone gradually changed from black to purple gold. When all the pollution power was removed, the aura of the runic magic circle also dimmed. Su Len picked up the divinity crystal from the runic magic circle, and then released some soul power to examine it. Soon, Su Len opened his eyes with satisfaction. All the evil power and pollution power on the divinity crystal had been removed. Not only that, even the original soul consciousness of the abomination had been directly erased. In other words, this divinity crystal could be directly extracted and integrated with. After seeing that the purification was successful, Hathaway also took out the divinity crystal in her hand and put it into the runic magic circle. Then she activated the magic circle once again. The silvery white aura lit up, and the two completely opposite energies continued to fight. The silver energy constantly removed the chaotic and evil aura on the divinity crystal. Sizzling sounds were constantly heard, and finally, all the evil aura was completely removed. The aura of the runic magic circle slowly dissipated. The moonlight dew in the runic magic circle had turned into a colorless and transparent liquid. The energy in the moonlight dew had been completely consumed. Su Len took out some moonlight dew again and gave it to Hathaway to integrate with the divinity. The power of divinity could directly change her body from the original mortal to a divine creature. Her physical fitness would be improved, and at the same time, her soul would become more powerful. Although it did not increase her magic knowledge, it would improve her learning, understanding, and control in all aspects. This was equivalent to directly increasing her upper limit. By the way, the goods to the eastern continent have been prepared. We will set off in a while. You can arrange the time when the time comes, Su Len reminded her. I know. I will arrange everything when the time comes. In addition, I will directly set up a teleportation circle on the magic ship. I can rush back anytime, anywhere. Hathaway waved her hand and carefully put away the divinity crystal and moonlight dew. That's good. Su Len nodded and said, By the way, I also got a nether scroll this time. What did you say? Where is it? Show it to me. Before Su Len finished speaking, Hathaway instantly grabbed Sullen's arm excitedly and asked, Chapter 582. What's the rush? Su Len grabbed Hathaway and pinched her nose. You're the chief wizard of the Northwind Tower. Who else can I give it to? Su Len took out a golden scroll from his inventory and handed it to Hathaway. This is the legendary treasure trove of knowledge, the Nether Secret Scroll? Hathaway looked at the golden scroll in front of her with curiosity. Legend has it that you only need to learn the knowledge in this scroll to level up your profession and obtain talents. So this is what the Nether Secret Scroll looks like. This is a remnant scroll. The knowledge in it is not a powerful spell. It's biosphere technology. If you have time, you can learn it. Anyway, you'll definitely need it to build the floating city in the future, Su Lin said directly. Biosphere technology. Hathaway was a little disappointed. I was wondering if it was the technology to create the mice energy core. Are you dreaming? Su Lin reached out and pinched Hathaway's bouncy cheeks, then put her down. The mice energy core can be said to be the top technology in the Nether Secret Scroll. How can it be so easy to get it? Su Lin shook his head. Hathaway wrinkled her nose. Then what will be the energy core of the floating city in the future? Let's use the elemental fission furnace first, Su Lin said after thinking for a moment. The energy produced by the elemental fission furnace is not enough to let the floating city leave the main material plane. Hathaway said, only when the elemental fusion furnace can the floating city be supported to roam the astral plane. Don't we have a full set of information on elemental fission and elemental fusion? We can slowly level it up. Su Lin said with a smile. There's no sign of the floating city yet. There's no need to rush. That's true. Then I'll go fuse with the divinity first. Hathaway picked up the Nether Secret Scroll and left the room. After leaving the Northwind Tower, Su Lin went to the Arcanum to prepare to fuse with the divinity. He now had 7 divinity in the divinity crystal in his hand. Not long ago, he had extracted the Baler's divinity crystal and also extracted the Abomination's divinity crystal. If he fused all the remaining divinity, his divinity power would reach an astonishing 20 points. Although 20 divinity points could not trigger a transformation from the soul to the body, it would still improve Sullen's power. After Su Lin asked the Tower Spirit Tower Genie, he began fusing with the divinity crystal. Compared to the previous times he fusing with divinity, the fusion this time was much easier. A large amount of divinity was fused into Sullen's body. He had transformed from a human to a demigod. His body also had some divinity characteristics. For example, it was easier to fuse with divinity. After being purified by the moonlight dew, the divinity crystal was no longer black like before. It was purple with a golden glow. It looked very beautiful. Su Lin gently pointed, and the divinity crystal flew into the air. A strange energy field instantly enveloped the entire room. Soul Wander! A powerful spell flashed, and a shadow walked out of Sullen's body. It was his soul. After absorbing a large amount of divinity, Sullen's soul had become pale gold. His soul did not feel illusory at all. Instead, it looked solid. Sullen's soul had surpassed the mortal and had a trace of immortality. After the soul left the body, Su Lin suddenly had a light feeling. It was as if all the shackles had been removed in an instant. The soul would have this feeling after leaving the body. After entering the soul state, Su Lin became more sensitive to energy. After adapting to the soul state, he began to cast spells. A golden light flashed. Divinity extraction. The golden light was extracted from the divinity crystal and then poured into Sullen's body. The golden light on his soul began to increase. A large amount of golden light was extracted. The golden light in the divinity crystal was extracted little by little. As time passed, the golden light in the divinity crystal became less and less. Soon, all the divinity was extracted. Su Lin burped. His soul felt bloated. Then, with a flash of light, his soul returned to the body. Just now, he had only swallowed the divinity. It would take some time for him to completely integrate it. However, this was already many times more efficient than before. From the storage space, he took out the moonlight dew that he had already prepared. The room was filled with moonlight. Su Lin gently flicked the bottle of moonlight dew. Countless water droplets with starlight instantly floated up. A strange energy spread out from Sullen's body. These water droplets with starlight slowly integrated into Sullen's body. The moonlight dew passed through the body and directly entered the soul. A cool feeling spread out from the soul. It was as if Su Lin was purified from the inside out, from the soul to the body. The speed of the integration of the divinity instantly increased several times. In the depths of Sullen's soul, A ray of moonlight illuminated the entire spiritual world. As the moonlight continued to enter the body, some of the impurities in Sullen's body were also slowly cleaned out. These impurities were the residue in the soul. After cleaning up these residue, Sullen's soul became clearer, and the integration of the divinity became more perfect. In the end, when all the moonlight entered the body, the integration of the divinity in Sullen's soul was complete. With the help of the moonlight dew, Su Lin finally completed the integration of the divinity. However, this had temporarily reached a limit. He could not continue the integration for a short period of time. Su Lin slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed from the bottom of his eyes. The entire room was illuminated at this moment. Just after the integration of the divinity, Su Lin moved his body. A powerful force emerged from his body, and he regained control of his body. After coming out of the room and asking the tower spirit, Su Lin learned that 2 days had passed. Su Lin did not stay any longer. He directly went to Deepwater City through the teleportation formation. He would soon go to the eastern continent. He needed to finish the construction of the Navy camp as soon as possible. Deepwater City's construction speed was very fast during this period. After the barbarians continuously cleared the surrounding monsters, a large number of kobolds, goblins, and gnolls were caught as laborers. The city could be said to be different every day. When Su Lin came to Deepwater City again, the city walls were almost finished. Because Deepwater City was a trading port, the scale of the city was very large from the beginning. Su Lin directly designed the city according to the scale of 100,000 people. After this period of migration, Deepwater City now had about 12,000 people. Most of these people were refugees who migrated to the northern city. Su Lin directly arranged for them to board the ships in the northern city, and then they went along the Red Sand River to Deepwater City. At the same time, the northern city also transported a large number of bricks and other building materials by water. After several years of development, the northern city's production of various building materials was very high. With enough materials and abundant manpower, the city's construction speed was different every day. Su Lin had a simple understanding of the affairs of Deepwater City. Consul Holland did a very good job. All kinds of things were arranged in an orderly manner. The whole city was busy but not chaotic. Everything was in order. Everyone was working at their respective posts. The port of Deepwater City had been completed. The whole port was wide and flat, and the berths were neatly arranged. There was even a specially built shelter. The port's water depth was 12 meters, and it could dock all the ships of this era. It was an excellent deepwater port. However, the breakwater of the port had not been built yet. The amount of work required to build a breakwater was very high, and a lot of rocks were needed. Now that the deepwater port had just been built, there was not enough manpower to build a breakwater. Fortunately, the deepwater port was near the Red Sand River. If there was a storm on the sea, the ships could sail into the river or dock at the island in the middle of the river. Su Lin looked for Holland after checking the construction sites in the city. He asked him to send some people to the island in the middle of the river to build a Navy camp. The Navy camp could not be built anywhere. After looking for a while, Su Lin finally decided to build it on the island in the middle of the river. Although the island was close to the sea, the wind and waves were not too strong. It was very suitable for new recruits to train. Moreover, it was surrounded by water and separated from the outside world. It was not easy to be disturbed. It was very good for training troops. After hearing Sullen's request, Holland immediately sent 2 100-man teams to Su Lin to build the Navy camp. All kinds of materials were directly transported to the island in the middle of the river. These 2 100-man teams were all experienced craftsmen. In the past few years, the construction of the northern town city had never stopped. Therefore, there were a lot of experienced craftsmen in the city. Su Lin directly gave them the blueprint of the camp and told them to build it according to the blueprint. The construction of the Navy camp did not need to be too complicated. There were all kinds of materials, and it would not take long to build it. After making the arrangements, Su Lin asked people to keep an eye on the place and then went to the shipyard. At this time, the shipyard was very busy. Since Su Lin announced the opening of the new waterway, the shipyard had worked overtime to build ships. Although the shipbuilders were a little rusty in the beginning, after building a sailboat, a training warship, and an armed merchant ship, they were very experienced. Next, they began to build real warships and merchant ships. Su Lin planned to build a navy in Deepwater City. It would be used to maintain the safety of the waterway, protect the port, eliminate pirates, and crack down on smuggling. This warship was allowed to carry out commercial activities, so the ships were built to be slender. This appearance could increase the speed of the ships, and they could be used to chase pirates or provide quick support. The ships were made of iron oak wood. This wood was slightly heavier than ordinary wood, but its defensive power was not inferior to steel. At the same time, it was also resistant to corrosion. It was a very good shipbuilding material. The only problem was that it was very expensive. The output of iron oak wood was not high, and the price was high. Fortunately, it was also produced in the northern wilderness. Chapter 583. After Su Lin came to this world, he experimented with making gunpowder, but to his disappointment, gunpowder couldn't explode at all. Cannons could only stay on the drawing board. Su Lin heard that the mountain dwarves had something similar to gunpowder, which was used to split rocks and excavate mineral deposits, but the material was very expensive. The dwarves called this gunpowder-like thing fire crystal powder, and the main material was a kind of fire crystal stone. After the fire crystal stone was ground and mixed with several other materials, it would produce an effect similar to that of gunpowder. However, this kind of thing was much more expensive than gunpowder. Even in the southern seas, there were very few ships equipped with this kind of fire crystal powder weapon. Su Lin intended to build some fire crystal cannons and install them on his warships. The first batch of Marines trained by Barbassa returned to Deepwater City. Although this batch of Marines had only been trained for 3 months, their strength had reached the requirements. After all, in order to train qualified Marines as soon as possible, Barbassa directly took these people on the ocean voyage. If Su Lin hadn't prepared a lot of underwater breathing potions for them, half of this batch of Marines would have died. After 3 months of intensive training, these people had experienced the baptism of several storms on the ocean. Under such cruel conditions, these people's level naturally improved rapidly. This training method was basically to directly let the recruits take weapons to the battlefield and let the battlefield educate them. This method was cruel, but as long as they survived, they would soon transform into elites. However, this situation usually happened among pirates. Pirates didn't give you time to train and adapt. They fought and sailed again and again. Pirates trained in this way could compete with Marines on the sea. Although underwater breathing potions and other protective measures had been prepared, there were still a few deaths in this batch of Marines. This was something that couldn't be helped. After the first batch of Marines, Deepwater City's first warship could be used. The next batch of Marines would be trained in the Navy camp. The training cycle of the Navy camp was 9 months. Although it seemed to be a long time, it was several times faster than the training of Marines in other countries. It took at least 2 years for a Marine to become proficient in operating a warship from a recruit. Compared with them, Su Lin only needed 9 months, which was more than twice as fast. After checking the Marines, Su Lin was satisfied with them, and then announced that their salary would be increased. Those who unfortunately died in the training would be compensated according to the standards of martyrs, and various supplies would be given to them by Northern Town City. After hearing that they had passed the test, all the soldiers cheered excitedly. These soldiers directly received citizenship in Northern Town City, and their families also received land and houses. Su Lin was very generous to the army. After the completion of the training, Su Lin gave the Marines a few days off, and then waited until the construction of the new warship was completed to officially establish the Navy. Barbassa was the Deepwater City's Navy. Deepwater City now had 2 ships, one was a training warship, and the other was an armed merchant ship. These 2 ships would not join the Navy. After all, these 2 ships were the practice works of Deepwater City's shipyard, and there were many problems in them. Of course, These problems were not serious, and it was not a problem to use them as merchant ships, but it was not possible to use them as warships. Sullen's deepwater city navy was about 2,500 people with 15 to 20 main warships, as well as a number of scout ships and supply ships. Such a fleet was naturally incomparable to the navies of the southern countries, but the combat effectiveness of the deepwater city navy was not weak. Although the navies of the southern countries were powerful, few of their ships were built with iron oak wood. Iron oak wood had a very good firepower, and the hull was very hard. After installing a ram, it could easily destroy a ship made of teak at full speed. Even in his previous life, the ram was not completely retired from the stage of battle until the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The reason was that the ram was very powerful. Many times, when there were naval battles at sea, both sides would fire hundreds of shells, and the result would be that although the two ships would be damaged, there would still be no signs of sinking. However, a weapon like the ram could kill the enemy in one hit. Such a powerful weapon was the trump card of naval pirates. As long as it was hit, it could easily create a huge hole in the side of the ship, and seawater would immediately gush in. It would not take long for the ship to sink. In contrast, the fire crystal cannon's power was very limited. After all, the fire crystal cannon's hit rate was not high, and on the sea, the hit rate was even worse. In the era of navigation in his previous life, artillery battles were completely done when two warships were side by side, relying on numbers to solve the problem of hit rate. This required a lot of money. Sulen planned to equip some fire crystal cannons, and at the same time prepare to study alchemy cannons. Alchemy cannons had been produced for a long time, but there was also a problem, and that was that the operators were wizards. Sulen wanted to let Hathaway modify the alchemy cannons to see if they could be used by ordinary people. If the modification was successful, then the army of Deepwater City would be able to sweep the sea. Alchemy cannons used mana, and directly injected mana into them to form a spell attack similar to a fireball spell. However, not long after this alchemy cannon was developed, it was thrown into a corner. The main reason was that wizards could already use fireballs, so why would they use alchemy cannons to attack? As a result, this alchemy cannon directly became a joke among wizards. Sulen helplessly shook his head about this idea of alchemy cannons. This thing had been going in the wrong direction from the beginning. He should have made alchemy cannons that ordinary people could use, not wizards. The blueprint of this alchemy cannon was collected in some wizard books as a negative example. Hathaway naturally knew about it, but it was not easy to modify it into a magic tool that could be used by ordinary people. The magic tools that wizards made were basically for wizards to use, and they rarely considered the use of ordinary people. However, it was not impossible. After all, some magic tools that could be triggered could be used by ordinary people. If alchemy cannons could be successfully made, Sulen planned to replace the ballistas on the magic ship with alchemy cannons. The ballistas on the magic ship had a range of 500 meters, and their shooting accuracy was very accurate. After the ballistas were modified with fire oil, the burning effect was very good. One salvo could set the ship on fire. However, compared to alchemy cannons, it was still a lot less powerful. Sulen was very clear about the power of fireballs. It was very threatening to wooden ships. A few fireballs could easily send a ship to the bottom of the sea. Sulen summoned the magic ship Raging Dragon. During this time, the ship had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea to accumulate energy. Now that the ship's energy was full, Sulen planned to take this magic ship to the eastern continent. This time, Sulen had prepared a large amount of resources for the trip to the eastern continent. At the same time, he would also take 2 merchant ships to form a fleet. The Raging Dragon had been tested a few times. No matter if it was sailing speed or defense, there were no problems. Under the curious gazes of the navy on the shore, the Raging Dragon slowly entered the port. The Raging Dragon was bigger than a warship or an armed merchant ship. Also, the Raging Dragon had cast a space spell, so the ship had a lot of space. It could carry a lot of goods. A lot of alchemy runes were added during the process of making the Raging Dragon. According to Hathaway's estimation, the ship's maximum speed could reach 80 nautical miles per hour. However, because the energy supply system was not mature, the Raging Dragon's current energy was charged by a magic circle. Usually, it needed to collect energy. Of course, wizards could also inject mana or place magic stones to extract energy, but the cost would be much higher. After collecting energy, the ship could sail at full speed for about a day. If it used cruising speed, the Raging Dragon could sail for about a month. Of course, if it only relied on sail power, it could sail at sea for a year if there was no war. Su Len boarded the Raging Dragon. There were also some merchants and scholars who were familiar with the Eastern continent. Su Len was mainly going to do business this time. He did not want to cause any trouble. He wanted to open up a new channel to make money. The Western continent was located in the north of the planet. It was quite a distance away from the Eastern continent. In the southeast of the Western continent, there was another continent near the equator. On the magic ship, the scholars who were familiar with the Eastern continent were introducing the environment of the Eastern continent to the merchants. There were a lot of poisonous creatures on this continent, so after arriving there, they must not eat anything in the wild. At the same time, they also talked about the local customs of the Eastern continent. The proportion of poisonous creatures in the entire Eastern continent was close to 1/10. That was to say, 1 in 10 species of creatures was poisonous. Therefore, the intelligent species of the entire Eastern continent had gained additional poison resistance over the long period of biological evolution. Then, because the Eastern continent was closer to the south, the environment there was hotter, and the climate changed more dramatically than here. It might be sunny in the morning, but it might become stormy in the afternoon. It was somewhat similar to a tropical rainforest. In addition to these, the Eastern continent was also rich in products. Many specialties were completely unavailable in the Western continent. In addition to these, the Eastern continent was also the birthplace of the monks. Because of the serious accidents in the era of the Arcane Empire, there were many ancient evil creatures that were sealed on this continent. These evil creatures were basically suppressed by the monks' monasteries. Su Len was also very interested in these evil creatures. However, in this long time, many of them had been suppressed and killed. Maybe he could kill a few to earn some experience. Chapter 584. Su Len drove the furious dragon around the sea and returned to Deepwater City after satisfying his craving. The entire Deepwater City became extremely busy. Ships transporting goods from North Town City came one after another. All kinds of goods piled up in the warehouse of the dock. These goods would be loaded onto the furious dragon. In addition to these goods, more refugees were also sent here. Chris brought many refugees to Deepwater City. After this period of fusion, she had completely controlled her own power. With the help of the Soul Snatcher Church, she successfully absorbed the Baylor as nourishment and successfully advanced into a legendary demon. She had come this time to prevent the refugees from causing trouble. After all, these refugees who had just migrated from other places were being moved here again. This was different from the conditions they had previously promised. In order to prevent them from resisting, she had specifically asked Chris to handle it. With her charm that even legendary figures were extremely afraid of, these refugees had no complaints at all and were very well behaved. After arriving at Deepwater City, these people were quickly assigned to various places. After not seeing her for a while, Chris became even more attractive. Su Len, who had been exposed to the sea breeze for a week, was also a little restless. He was completely unrestrained. Looking at the furious dragon docked at the port, Su Len directly pulled Chris onto the ship. The furious dragon started, and the ship quickly submerged into the sea. The furious dragon entered underwater mode. The entire ship was wrapped in seawater like a crystal palace. In this environment, the two were particularly excited. It could be said that they had met their match. In North Town City, the combat power of Hathaway, Karina, Xanthi, and the others added together could not compare to Chris. After all, the succubus had the talent bonus. However, facing Sullen's plasma cannon, they were still defeated. The furious dragon did not return to the port until the next day after going out to sea. After working overtime for this period of time, the construction of the Navy camp was finally completed. Next, Su Lin recruited 2,000 refugees who were good at swimming to train. These people would be the Navy of Deepwater City in the future. At the same time, the shipyard on River Heart Island had also completed the construction of 2 armed merchant ships. The Deepwater City Chamber of Commerce, which had been established a long time ago, couldn't wait to take over the 2 merchant ships. After a simple trial run, the 2 merchant ships began to transport goods. After staying in Deepwater City for almost an hour, all the materials used for trading during this period of time had been transported here. The 2 armed merchant ships were quickly loaded. Hathaway also came to Deepwater City from the North Wind Tower. After everything was ready, the annual trade winds began to blow. Every year, this was the best season to trade with the Eastern continent. 2 days later, on a sunny morning, the furious dragon slowly sailed out of the Deepwater harbor with 2 armed merchant ships and then sailed towards the Eastern continent. The exchanges between the Eastern and Western continents were quite frequent. In the past 2,000 years, the trade between the Eastern and Western continents had begun to flourish. With the frequent exchanges between the 2 continents had begun to be influenced by each other. The most obvious example was the Sword Saint class. Sword Saints learned how to use Qi from monks, and then came the Qi raising slash, which became the signature skill of Sword Saints. As for the Sword Saint's ultimate skill, Blade Storm, it required specific conditions. Monks also evolved into a weapon master class because of the influence of the Western continent. Many high-grade mages were very wary of Sword Saints. After all, this class could break the energy shield of a high-grade wizard with a single slash. For high-grade wizards, Sword Saints were a greater threat than those rogues. However, although Sword Saints had powerful attack power, they also had obvious shortcomings. That was, their defense was very poor. Sword Saints couldn't wear armor, not to mention iron armor, they couldn't even wear leather armor. To put it bluntly, it was like a sword from the beginning to the end. Because they gave up all defense, Sword Saints gained unprecedented attack power, but this kind of power was fragile. On the battlefield, Sword Saints were always the first to be targeted. They didn't have the strong defense of warriors, nor did they have the survival ability of rogues, so Sword Saints had the highest death rate of all classes. Of course, if a Sword Saint had the help of a wizard, then the destruction they could cause would be beyond belief. In history, there was once a legendary Sword Saint who killed 3 legendaries. Greater haste plus greater enchanted weapon plus aura slash plus expose weakness plus whirlwind slash equals blade storm. Because there were 2 armed merchant ships, the speed of the raging dragon was reduced to the same level as them. With the help of the ocean currents and trade winds, the speed of the armed merchant ships could reach 15 nautical miles per hour. It only took a day for the merchant ships of Deepwater City to enter the deep sea. We've traveled almost 400 nautical miles. Hathaway sat beside Su Lin with some boredom. If the raging dragon didn't slow down, it was estimated that the ships behind them would have long been left behind. After a day of sailing, all they could see was the blue sea. At first glance, there was nothing on the sea. At first, the scenery of the sea looked good, but if there was no change, it would be boring. This was one of the reasons why many people couldn't stand ocean sailing. Being in an empty environment for a long time and having the same scenery could drive people crazy. This was also why both pirates and navies liked to keep 1 or 2 animals. When they were bored, they could tease them to relieve their boredom. In addition to Su Lin and Hathaway, there were some attendants on the Raging Dragon. The Raging Dragon didn't need anyone to drive it. When it was built, Hathaway gave the magic ship a basic consciousness, turning it into a magic life. It would sail according to the designated location. Compared to the other 2 armed merchant ships, the living conditions on the Raging Dragon were simply heaven. The power of magic was fully displayed here. In order to store goods, food, and water, the cabins of the other 2 merchant ships were very cramped. On this ship, not to mention Su Lin, even the guards had a room of 50 square meters. There was no shortage of various materials. Compared to the other ships, this was a luxury cruise ship. Su-Len stayed on the deck. At this time, he had already opened the system's strategic map and let the strategic map record their sailing route. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to expand the strategic map. Through the strategic map, Su-Len could see the surrounding scene with a radius of 30 kilometers. Sailing in the sea was not a problem for him, but it was not so easy for the other ships. If they could find some islands to stop it on this route, it would be good news for this route. Warning! Warning! A large number of hostile creatures have been detected. The target is approaching the fleet. At this time, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared on the strategic map. These dots gathered densely in one place and were quickly approaching the fleet. What's that? Su-Len frowned slightly. Investigating. In the next second, a flash of light appeared on the watchtower of the Furious Dragon. Soon, some images appeared in front of them. A large number of similar monsters appeared in the images. These monsters had the head of a fish and their bodies were covered in green or blue scales. They looked ferocious and ugly, and their bodies were similar to humans. They had a thick crocodile tail behind their bodies and a dorsal fin that extended from the tail to the top of their heads. Their heads were wide and their exaggerated mouths were filled with saw-like teeth. Their limbs were strong and their fingers were covered with frog webs. Although it was the first time Su-Len saw these creatures, he could recognize them at a glance. These were Sawajin, the natives of the sea. These evil creatures would attack all the creatures they saw in the water. The people who lived on the sea usually called them the demons of the sea. These Sawajin were a serious threat to the trade of the sea fleet. They were monsters that were more hated and feared by the merchants than the pirates. Soon, the guards in the cabin rushed to the deck. After seeing the Sawajin, they all pulled out their weapons. Send the signal to the merchant ships behind. Prepare for battle. Su-Len looked at the Sawajin that was controlling the waves and approaching quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. A guard stepped forward and bowed. He then immediately climbed to the watchtower of the Furious Dragon and began to send the signal to the two ships behind. After receiving the signal, the two merchant ships immediately became active. All the sailors pulled out their weapons and were ready for battle. Soon, a large number of Sawajin appeared in the surrounding sea. As soon as these demons of the sea appeared, they could not wait to climb to the surrounding ships. Su-Len did not attack these Sawajin. He wanted to see the strength of the sailors. Although these Sawajin looked ferocious, they were not very strong. If either Su-Len or Hathaway attacked, these monsters would not last more than a breath. With him and Hathaway around, these Sawajin could not do anything. They were perfect for the sailors to sharpen their skills. After all, after forming the merchant fleet, they would often travel the sea in the future. There would be many situations like this. They would not be lucky enough to have Su-Len with them every time, so they had to grow up as soon as possible. Soon, the Sawajin climbed to the deck. The well-prepared sailors immediately swung their long swords at them. The Sawajin were ferocious by nature. They would eat any creature that they caught. The sailors naturally knew their habits, so they did not hold back at all. A sailor swung his long sword. A cold light flashed, and a Sawajin that had just climbed up had its arm cut off. Then, with another swing, the Sawajin was killed. Smelly blood splattered all over the deck. Like a water bag that was pierced, a Sawajin's body was thrown out with a flick of his wrist. The surrounding sailors cooperated with each other. The Sawajin could not climb onto the deck at all. Chapter 585. There were also a large number of Sawajin on the Furious Dragon ship, but they obviously chose the wrong opponent. Although there were not many guards on the ship, they were more than enough to deal with the Sawajin. Sullen's guards were all level 3 professions, and they could easily crush the Sawajin who were only level 1 or 2. Not a single Sawajin could get close. Perhaps it was because the Sawajin priest saw that the Sawajin had suffered heavy casualties, but the progress was limited. The Sawajin priest at the back could not wait any longer, and a wave of mana spread out from him. The Sawajin priest held a trident in his hand and chanted. His expression was one of madness, and the thick smell of blood in the surroundings made the Sawajin even crazier. Many Sawajin had already gone berserk. Hurricane whistled. When the last part of the chant was completed, the surrounding sea suddenly began to rise. This wave quickly approached the fleet, and it grew taller and taller. In just a few breaths, the wave had already exceeded 10 meters. The 10-meter-tall wave came crashing down on the fleet. It was obvious that the Sawajin priest wanted to sink the ship directly. However, its plan was quickly foiled. The experienced sailors skillfully maneuvered the ship so that the bow of the ship was facing the huge wave. As soon as the ship adjusted its position, the next second, the huge wave surged over. The bow of the ship suddenly sank, and in the next second, it quickly floated up, and then the entire ship was lifted by the huge wave. The wave rushed over quickly, and the ship suddenly sank. Then, it floated up again under the buoyancy of the sea. The whole process was smooth except for some bumps on the ship. The wave summoned by the Sawajin priest was easily handled by the sailors. On the furious dragon ship, Su Lin looked at the operation of the two armed merchant ships and nodded with satisfaction. The sailors had done well in this test, and he was very satisfied. Since they had passed the test, there was no need to continue wasting time. A wave of lightning energy surged out from his body, and in the next second, countless lightning snakes appeared out of nowhere and instantly covered the surrounding sea. The dazzling lightning flashed, and bolts of lightning fell continuously. The entire sea was covered by the power of lightning. The entire surface of the sea turned into a sea of lightning at this moment, and hundreds of Sawajin were drowned in the endless lightning. When the lightning dissipated, the entire sea surface was empty. After witnessing this miraculous power, the surrounding sailors looked at Su Lin with even more reverence. After dealing with the Sawajin, the fleet continued to sail. After the battle, everyone was much more cautious. Su Lin and Hathaway were also observing from the deck. There were a lot of creatures in the ocean. After sailing for some distance, a group of whales swam by not far away. People who saw such huge creatures for the first time were stunned. These huge whales had almost no natural enemies in the ocean, so they swam leisurely in the sea. As they ventured deeper into the sea, the fleet encountered many large sea monsters. Other than whales, Su Lin also discovered some giant squid. The deep sea was the territory of these giant sea monsters. Most of these sea monsters had a challenge rating of 15+ and above. However, most of these sea monsters were neutral. As long as they were not provoked, they would not attack the fleet. After discovering these sea monsters, the fleet did not get too close. Su Lin was not interested in these sea monsters, and Su Lin only took care of them when they were in the way. Hathaway, on the other hand, was interested in some of the sea monsters. She caught them and seemed to be checking and recording them. Then, she drew their blood and collected some of their muscle tissue. She was going to bring these back for research. Many of these giant sea monsters were ancient species, so the chances of research were high. On the 5th day, the fleet encountered a storm. Fortunately, before the storm, Su Lin found an island on the strategic map. The fleet arrived at the island in advance to rest and avoid the storm. A tornado that was hundreds of meters tall formed directly on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool. It was quite spectacular. If the fleet encountered any ordinary merchant ship other than the magic ship Raging Dragon, no matter if it was a warship or an armed merchant ship, it would be doomed. The fleet found an island with an area of 30 square kilometers. There were no humans living on it, only some wild beasts and seabirds. Although the island was not too big, there was fresh water on it. The trees on the island were lush, and there were various fruits. It could be used as a supply point. Su Lin marked the location of the island and planned to use it as a stronghold on the trade route. On the 13th day, Su Lin found another island. The island was not big, only about 10 square kilometers. Fortunately, there was also a water source on the island. What surprised Su Lin was that there were people living on the island. After occupying the island, Su Lin knew that these people were a group of pirates. This island was the stronghold of these pirates. Su Lin directly sent people to capture all the pirates and interrogate them. When it came to pirates, the most intriguing thing was the pirates' treasure. Basically, all the famous pirate leaders had saved up a shocking amount of wealth. Most pirates would hide their treasures, and Sulen was very interested in treasure hunting. After occupying the island, Sulen began to ask these people about the surrounding shipping routes and mark them. Soon, Sulen knew the surrounding situation. After subduing these pirates, this pirate island also became an important point of the trade route. As time passed, the number of islands seemed to have increased. After sailing for 8 days, Sulen and the others finally saw the outline of the continental shelf. This place was very close to the eastern continent. Due to the warm climate of the eastern continent, this ocean could be said to be rich in resources. There were a lot of fish, lobsters, abalones, and so on. There were several lobsters alone. The most common lobsters were 3 kinds. The first was the king shrimp, which was a fierce creature. It could reach a maximum length of more than 5 meters. Its claws and teeth were sharp, and its diet was very varied. Its lower limbs were thin and strong, and it was a very fierce sea creature. The second kind was the giant lobster, which was an ordinary marine product. There were a lot of them, and the lobsters were not small. They tasted good. The last kind was called the splendid lobster, which was a very expensive lobster. It tasted the best among all the lobsters. However, the production was generally low. After arriving at this area, Sulen had people catch some lobsters of all kinds. He wanted to taste these delicacies first. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.